the governor appointed Keely Bosler, who is a very talented young woman. Some of us have been able to contact her and welcome her. She's excited to join. She was raised in Northern California. Her first college degree was California State University, Chico, which is where I live. And then she went on to Cornell, which I did not. And came back to California, and she did start a career in state government with the legislature, the Department of Finance. She worked for both Governor Brown and his cabinet and Governor Newsom and his cabinet, and now we'll be able to have her on our flood board. We're excited. I also want to say that we have some people who are just not here today because of family circumstances, and one includes our board member, Mary Jane Griego. So she will not be joining us today. So what else? That's my only announcements. Do board members have any particular announcement? Okay, I don't see that, and I didn't hear that from staff, so we will proceed. Because we don't have Ryan Jones except online, and he probably hears me say this, so I'm going to just go ahead and do the roll call, which we do to assure that we have a quorum and people are present. So I will call your names and you say whether you're here or not. Board Member Ramirez.
I'm here. Good morning.
Board Member Griego is absent due to family emergency. Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Secretary Johnson.
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Vice President Vines.
I'm here.
President Dolan. I'm here. That is a quorum. And we still have one vacancy. We anticipate our new board member to join us with the September business meeting. So the next item of agenda is the minutes. The board has received the minutes for June 24th, 2022. I'm sure we've read them. Do you have any introductory comments, Secretary Johnson?
That's the introduction. Yeah, this agenda item is for approval of the June 24, 2022 minutes. I reviewed them. I believe they're in order. If you see something I didn't, please speak up. And with that, I move that we approve the June 24, 22 minutes.
All right, that motion for approval is before the board. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Member Ramirez. Did we find anything? Anyone want to comment? I see no one. I see no hands raised. We will take a vote. Member Ramirez. Yes.
Aye.
Oh, you do an aye. Member Countryman?
Yes. Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Vines?
Aye.
President Dolan is a yes. The motion is carried. The minutes are approved. Thank you. A very brief review of the agenda. I will not go into detail. We have a consent item of 8 items. 4 of them are permit approvals, which staff has indicated are in order. 3 are transfers of maintenance and operation for finished projects of the Sac Bank project to the maintaining agencies. And 1 is approval of a letter to be sent to the Army Corps of Engineers for the development of a system-wide improvement framework for a district. These items are put here because they are considered fully vetted and basically routine matters. And someone can ask for them to be removed, which we will remove and discuss after that. We have public comment following the consent agenda activity. Then we have a brief legislative update. We have a inspection report from the Army Corps of Engineers, levee inspection in the Knights Landing Yolo bypass, Yolo Service Area 6 area. Department of Water Resources monthly report is a written submittal. We have an update of the tribal engagement for the plan update presentation. We have a update on the plan risk analysis briefing, also for the 2022 update information. We will have Ruth Darling virtual because she needs to be with her daughter, which maybe I shouldn't give that personal information, but she'll provide an update on the plan process and adoption itself. We have an enforcement case matter. We have a presentation for action on Folsom Dam raise modification project. And we have an action for a permit for levee reconstruction, again in YOLO, Service Area 6. That will be fun. Lower San Joaquin cost share agreement information so that we know what it is for a future meeting when we'll be asked to approve it. And similarly, a presentation on the American River Watershed Common Features, Sacramento River erosion contract, so that we will know the aspects of that when it is brought forward for formal approval. Then we have some reports that we'll say we received, and we will have a closed session at the end of the meeting and the subject matter is appointment of executive officer. Don't anticipate that to be lengthy, but at the end of our formal meeting, we'll ask everyone to leave, and then we'll come back, and it's my anticipation we will not be reporting any specific action. It's for discussion among the board. So with that review, let's proceed with the agenda. Item number 5 is the consent agenda. A permit for Pacific Gas and Electric Company, replacement of a distribution. A permit, City of Visalia Public Works for new concrete structures. A permit for Caltrans for bridge work. Permit for Yolo County in the Cache Creek Huffs Corner Levee Restoration Project, Sacramento River Bank Protection, Transfer of Operation, number 1, number 2, number 3. And a letter of intent for Merritt Island to prepare a SWIFT, System-Wide Improvement Framework. So those are items A through H. Let me ask at this point, does anyone wish to remove an item for discussion? I see no hands raised in the room. Are there any hands raised online? There's not. Is there a motion to? Motion by member Countryman. At this point, so we'll go to vote. Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Vines.
Aye.
President Dolan is a yes. Board Member Griego is absent today. The motion to approve the consent agenda is approved. The agenda is adopted. Thank you. We are now at an item called public comment. All public agencies in California have this item. It is an opportunity for people to give a brief comment or remarks to the board on items that are not on the agenda and for which we do not enter into discussion and certainly cannot take action. So is there someone for public comment? I got an email that someone was coming. Joe Hopkins, is Mr. Hopkins here? You sent an email, give us a warning. So good morning. You have a public comment for us. Good morning.
Yeah, I do have a brief comment if I can get a few minutes of your time. And my name is Joe Hopkins. I'm with the Aliso Water District, and I brought in one of my board members, Ross Franson, and a ranch manager, Peter Albright. And our district, along with our neighbor, the Triangle T Water District, are trying to get water rights off the Chowchilla and east side bypasses to implement groundwater recharge projects. And my intent this morning is just to inform you of our water rights application and invite the board and any interested staff to a tour we're going to give on October 11th of our projects. And we're hosting that jointly with the Triangle T Water District. So just a brief background, our agencies are located along the Chowchilla and east side bypasses, and I provided some material to the board here, and inside you'll see a map with that material. About 1 every 4 years, the bifurcation structure on the bypass will, from the San Joaquin River, will open and floodwaters are diverted into the bypass. And it's done for the purpose of protecting the disadvantaged communities such as Mendota and Fireball from flooding. So it's been a historic practice for agriculture to divert some of that water to recharge and irrigate with and relieve some pressure off the flood system. With Sigma, however, the practice has become a little more complicated. So the state board's made it clear to us that we need to have a water right in hand to for irrigation and recharge purposes. And so our districts are seeking access to that water so that we can, be confident in making that financial investment into the infrastructure so we can start those recharge projects. And at the state right now, we both have standard water right applications with the state board. And in the interim, while that's being running through the process, we're going to have 180-day temporary permits that we apply for. And those have been accepted in the past. And and combined, our projects are going to divert 850 CFS is the proposed diversion. So that's roughly 15% of the 5,500 CFS that can come through the Chowchilla bifurcation structure. We feel our projects have three main benefits, and they align with the goals of SGMA, the Water Action Plan, the Water Resiliency Portfolio, and the recent 2022 California's Water Supply Strategy documents. And that first one's reduce flood risk. So by providing an outlet from the flood control system, we're relieving some of that pressure. So when the system's reaching capacity, we've got an offset to prevent potential overtopping or breaking of levees. Their second major benefit is mitigate subsidence. So we feel by getting that water into the ground, that'll offset some of the groundwater pumping, and that in conjunction with upper aquifer pumping and limiting lower aquifer pumping, we think we can mitigate the subsidence in that area. And that's been documented by the Red Top area, which is a subset of the Triangle T client. And there's material on the success of that project that you have as well. And then the third would be groundwater sustainability. So our districts are essentially groundwater dependent districts. Rarely do we have surface water coming into the districts. So this bypass provides an opportunity for us to stabilize our declining groundwater levels, albeit minimum, by diverting flood flows in wet years for groundwater recharge, both through dedicated ponds and lands or as in lieu recharge to offset groundwater pumping. We are facing a few challenges getting this project to completion, and that's kind of why we're out here doing outreach on these projects and informing people. So the first is coordination. Multiple agencies and interested parties have authority over this reach and what we're trying to implement. The includes State Water Resource Control Board, Bureau of Rec, Fish and Wildlife, the River Restoration Program, therefore interest from NRDC and NOAA Fisheries. So we're working to get everyone on the same page to more clearly define the authorities and everybody's objectives so we can align that. So for example, as we've been going through this process, some agencies believe the bypass operates as the San Joaquin River during flood periods for the conveyance of salmon, and the water should be routed down the Chowchilla bypass to meet restoration project needs. But on the other hand, it's a flood control project, and water has only ever been diverted for the use or for the protection of communities and bypassing those floodwaters. So kind of this leaves us a bit confused on who has the ultimate authorities and to what extent one may override the other. And the other second challenge we're facing is timing. So we feel like we're a bit in a race against time. The last flood was in 2019 on that 1 in 4 average. If we miss the next opportunity, we're looking at 2027 or beyond before we have an opportunity to divert. In the meantime, the levees are going to continue to sink. Groundwater continues to decline. And SGMA is requiring us to become sustainable by 2040 with measurable progress along the way. And what's more, it takes about 7 years to get a water rights application in place. So we have these immediate needs we're trying to accomplish, but we've got they're affected by these long lead time items. So anything we do to garner support for the agents from agencies such as yours, we hope can make us successful in the near term. And so in closing, we are inviting you, the Flood Board, to join us on October 11th. There's an agenda in the material that we provided, and we hope to give you a firsthand view on the projects. Also in attendance, we've got we have staff from the State Water Board and a board member as well, and we're hoping to have a good dialogue about our projects and the benefits as they pertain to flood control and the benefits they're searching for as well. And we believe all these discussions will encourage coordination among the agencies and in turn allow us all to reap the multiple benefits of these projects in just a coordinated fashion. So thank you for your time, and hope to see some of you there with your staff. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we will note that the board members received a handout from you, pretty slick one.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for doing that. Very readable. I just looked at it for this information. And I understand you're having a site review and informational presentation on October 11th. We all did receive a notice for that. Some of us just have conflicts to not go, but I think we're really trying to get board members and key staff to be there as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. And we're trying to, it doesn't work for staff and others. We're
Right.
doing these multiple times. We've done them in the past.
Right.
Joe's joined us out there before and Shane from the local levy district. So
When you did talk about coordinating many different people and you pick a date for that, it's kind of hard.
yeah, it is.
So we'll do the best we can. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Member Johnson?
Thank you, President Dolan. I just wanted to thank you for coming here today and let you know that we appreciate the early outreach and going around to all the agencies. It can be very challenging when we have multiple state agencies who have different types of jurisdiction, and we appreciate it, and we'll do what we can to coordinate with them and with you.
All right, thanks. Is there anyone else who has a public comment? It's not limited to one. We have this public comment spot. If someone else wishes to say something, the district was polite enough to give us a heads up. Anyone online who has their hand raised to give us a compliment? No. All right. Then we'll proceed. Next item is legislative update. It's our policy advisor, Darren Soon. Good morning, Mr. Soon.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board. Darren Soon, your policy advisor, for a brief legislative update. I'm not sure if the slides are working, but if not, I'll just go ahead and proceed without them. First, I just want to take the opportunity to welcome and congratulate our newest board member, Ms. Fosler. Look forward to seeing her in the next meeting. And also, President Dolan, I understand our Assembly Wild Parks and Wildlife Committee Consultant Chair Pablo Garza is also online. So
Oh, thank you for
welcome.
telling me that.
Sure.
Vice President's supposed to let me know. So, thank you, Mr. Garza. I can't see the participant list here, so someone's got to advise me. So thank you.
I was not intending to get Vice President Valines in any sort of trouble either.
It's a
But,
little icon with the head.
So I'll just proceed quickly on from a California legislative perspective. August 31st is the end of session, so we're quickly approaching that. And there's a few notable bills that I wanted to draw your attention to. The first one being SB 852 from Senator Dodd. It's titled the Climate Resilience Districts Formation. This is germane to our SSJDD, Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District feasibility study. This bill would authorize the city and county, or in special district or combination of any of those to form a climate resilient district that would deem each district an enhanced infrastructure financing district. This would allow eligible projects, which include those that address sea level rise and the risk of flooding, to be financed by these districts. So that could affect our feasibility. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Another one is SB 901 introduced by Senator Pan. This one isn't new. You've seen this fits and starts in the previous legislative sessions. It extends the urban level of protection to 2030 from 2025. It approves the West Sacramento project for legislative funding, and also allows for the dissolution of maintenance area 4 and annexing that area into RD 900. That one is proceeding along, and it's currently in the Senate, entertaining some amendments from the Assembly. And then finally, SB 1253, introduced by Senator Melendez, is the infrastructure plan bill, and this expands the California infrastructure, the governor's 5-year infrastructure plan to include infrastructure priorities relating to specified flood prevention and maintenance projects. Both SB 1253 and SB 852 have been enrolled and awaiting the governor's signature. So that's it for the California legislature. From a federal perspective, many of you know Congress is currently out most of this month for August. When they return, we'll be anxiously awaiting the conference version of the WRDA 2022 bill, which, as you recall, many things in there, but one of the things we've been paying attention to is the topic of excess credits. And I want to thank Senator Padilla, some of the members, congressional members, Garamendi and Matsui, of course, for their help with this language. And we're hopeful that the Senate version will be the one that moves forward. That's the most beneficial to California. Finally, the FY23 appropriations bills are currently in process as well. Those are important to us for a number of reasons: the funding for the Natomas, the Lower San Joaquin project, as well as the feasibility, which you'll hear about later today, as you mentioned, President Dolan. The funding for Yola bypass study is also in the president's budget, so we're hoping the appropriations bill is consistent with those. So those are things that we're paying attention to. With that, I'll just take any questions. Yes, Board Member Countryman.
Are they anticipating the appropriation bill will pass, or is it going to be a continuing resolution?
What we've heard so far from the lobbyists our lobbyists is that it probably won't happen before the midterm elections. They're at different stages. So the House passed the minibus with 6 appropriations bills that included the energy and water appropriations bill that provides funding for the Army Corps of Engineers. The Senate introduced draft bills for all 12 appropriations bills, and so those are continuing to be negotiated at this time. Then, yeah, we can't guarantee anything, but it's good news that all these projects that West Sacramento as well, I neglected to mention that, is all in the president's budget. So we would expect that Congress would uphold those and, if anything, increase some funding for those projects.
Very brave of both Member Countryman and Mr. Soon to give any indication of when Congress would do something.
It's a
Thank you for that. We all hope.
projection, yeah.
Yeah, important things going on necessary for California. So we're hoping there'll be the action that has been a long time. So thank you. Any questions for Mr. Soon? I see none on the board. Anyone in the room? Any hands up? Okay, we can proceed. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I put the screen down, but
Yeah.
it's hard to know it's working this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
We're now at item 8. United States Army Corps of Engineers inspection. Mr. Mao, are you going to introduce this? Our board staff from operations, Eric Mao. Good morning. Other board staff that might be introducing items can move forward from being in the back row if you want.
Thank you. Good morning,
Morning.
President Dolan, Vice President of Alliance, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mao, and I want to introduce USAC's Sacramento District, and he will give a presentation regarding his team's inspection of the levee for the Knights Landing Yola Bypass Service Area 6 levee system. After his presentation, I will return to give board's staff analysis regarding this levee system. And after my presentation, I'll turn the time over to several local representatives and other aspects of the levee system. Representing Yolo County will be Ms. Eliza Sabatini, Ms. Miga Nagy, representing Knights Landing Ridge Drainage District, and Mark Liss is also on the call if questions arise regarding DWR's SAC maintenance yard. So with that, I'll actually hand it over to Juan for his presentation, and I'll come back up.
Thank you for the introduction. Mr. Gonzalez, good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Morning, President Dolan and members of the board. If I may ask, do you guys have the slides in front of you, or yes, you do? Good. Perfect. Yeah.
If those of you with laptops will see them,
Yeah, they're on the screen.
is there,
I can't find the WebEx link to like get to the screen.
I'll send it to you.
No, I have them. I just want to make sure that they have them in front of them.
let's just pause for just a minute or so. The screens that we're supposed to see this have something very strange on it. Mr. Chavez, is there a way that the PowerPoint presentation can be shown on the videos? Like he's working on it. Well, it looks like something we recognize, but Mr. Can you see it?
Just email it to them.
Remember Ramirez has the Great Wall of China.
I have them.
Vice President has it. Don't know what it is. Those of you who have laptops in the audience, are you logged on? Can you see it? So people are saying yes. Are you comfortable with proceeding? We have some board members that can see it and share.
Yeah, I'm fine. I
Right.
just want to make sure you guys can see because
Right.
there's some pictures.
No, I'm sorry for the rest of you. Perhaps it will pop up in a minute, but your verbal presentation will give us the idea. So go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. So I'm here to speak on, as Eric mentioned, the Knights Landing Unit 2 YOLO bypass service area 6 levee system. And so we inspected that. And so this area is located near Knights Landing. I'll give you a verbal image of it. It's bounded by the Knights Landing Ridge Cut. On the west side, it's got the Sacramento River on the sort of northwest side, and then it's got the YOLO bypass on the far west side. We did inspect about 15.2 miles of levee. And then this system here is mostly in YOLO County, but it's got a small piece within Sutter County. And so we've got 3 levee segments within this system. And so report card, we have a system here that is covered under a SWIFT, an approved LOI. And so they are active within the rehabilitation program. Normally, I wouldn't go through all the systems that are unacceptable, but just for the people that can't see the screen, I'm just going to mention here what's unacceptable orange. We've got encroachments within all the systems. We've got erosion bank caving for the Nice Landing Ridge Cut Unit 2, and as well as the service area, YOLO County, Sacramento River Right Bank segment. And then for the Sacramento River Right Bank segment, we also got unacceptable animal control.
Oh, you got it.
And then for settlement, we have a point for the Nice Landing Ridge Cut Unit 2 point. And then the next slide here with the pictures, the 4th slide, got 4 pictures. The first picture is depicting a landside toe cut. And so we've got about a 2-foot landside toe cut into the levee prism itself. And then picture 2 is showing the waterside slope. What we're looking at is the erosion that's occurring at the waterside toe.
That was a phantom noise. Oh,
Go. So
okay.
you're good. Just keep going.
We can now see them on the screens that are before us instead of turning around. But
I have a question.
Great. You do now?
Is that,
Member Countryman, go ahead.
that toe cut as a levee, is that a result of agricultural activity?
I'm not sure. I'm not going to make that assumption. I'm not sure if Eric knows.
We don't know for sure, but it does look like it's related. That'll be the assumption, good assumption.
The answer was, we don't know for sure, but that's a good assumption. That would be photo 1. Okay.
That'd be photo 1. Photo 2 just is erosion. It's occurring within the embankment. It's about 3 to 4 feet of erosion, taking away material from the embankment. Photo 3 is the animal control observation. There are a number of burrows in this segment and significant material displaced from those holes. Photo 4 is a little bit difficult to tell. It's always challenging to take pictures of these things, but essentially what's happening here is we've got the crown elevation that's dipping down, and so it's about 2-foot elevation drop at this location. We've seen this kind of thing in the past in this system, just in a different location. So those are the 4 pictures I wanted to show you guys and talk through. I'd be happy to take any questions if you guys want. Yep.
When you do your inspection, do you actually do a top of levee profile?
We don't do it specifically for each inspection that we do. What we have is we do base our information off of what should be the levee profile based off as-builts. And then we do have, it's an older survey, but we have a survey that was done, and we can compare those 2 things. And then we do things like communicate with the sponsor and the LMAs to see if they've done anything where we know there's deficiencies. We note things like this where we see obvious dips, just to bring them to attention.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I ask is my experience out in the field, it's almost impossible by eye to see, if the levee, unless it's a very abrupt drop down. So I just wondered if the locals provided you a levee profile or if you actually had some sort of survey yourself on it. That's what I'm asking.
That's the observation noted then. All right. Did you finish your presentation?
I did.
Any other board members wish to ask a question, make a comment? Okay. Anyone in the audience? You're going to introduce local folks, is that right? We
Right.
always like that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Juan. Again, Eric Mao, board staff, and as Ryan's putting up my few short slides, I will be sharing just some findings based on the inspection information provided by USACE. Just to reiterate, this federal system is active under PLAD 499. And now I'll wait for my presentation to come up. All right, thank you, Ryan. It's just 3 slides here. Here's the first figure that.
I'm turning my back to you because I can see it better on a big screen.
No problem, President Dolan. So as you can see, top left corner, Knights Landing, and bottom left, just to orient folks, you have Sacramento. Bottom right and bottom left is the city of Woodland. Those are the 3 segments, as Juan described. So just to orient folks, in figure 2, the items highlighted, next slide, please, in purple shows unacceptable observations not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. The orange items show items that are likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. Now, I know in past report cards, we've seen colors such as red and yellow, and those are used for systems that are inactive. So I know folks may be like, oh, there's new colors, but for systems that are active under PLA 499, they have a report card with different colors to differentiate. And for us, that's really helpful. That we have to go through many systems, and to quickly see the report card, we know folks can know whether they're active or inactive. So essentially, the yellow is the same as the purple. The yellow from the inactive report cards are the same as the purple, and the red are equivalent to the orange. Okay, just to orient folks. Next slide, please, Ryan. Lastly, I would like to show a comparison report card, which shows the ratings of various categories from the first inspection to the most recent inspection. And as you can see, there's been significant improvements in a lot of areas, such as slope stability, animal control, depressions, cracking, and seepage. The first inspection happened over 10 years ago, and it's clear that the LMAs have invested considerable funding and started levee improvement projects that have really helped this levee. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to our LMAs to speak in more detail regarding the maintenance of the levee system. We'll start with Ms. Eliza Sabatini and then Ms. Megan Nagy. Thank you.
I don't see someone rising who looks like Eliza Sabatini, so I'm wondering if she's online or Eric Nagy's going to do it.
So I was just informed that Elisa Sabatini is having trouble getting back on the WebEx, so she asked if I'd step up and speak on her behalf.
Would you thank her for that?
I will.
We don't mind taking a break, but this is another challenging internet time.
Yeah, so Tom Angler, MBK Engineers. I am the flood control engineer for Yolo County Service Area number 6 in Knights Landing. So this system, we started working for the county in 2017, and there had been some issues, and the county didn't realize that they were supposed to be taking care of the system. So it was in pretty rough shape in 2017. Since that time, we've been actively pursuing all kinds of projects, vegetation removal, rodent control. We have a very active rodent control program now. In addition, the Knights Landing Small Community Feasibility Study identified several projects to be constructed that will correct a lot of these issues shown in the LOI and SWIFT. You have 2 of those permits on today's agenda. The next phase will be coming next year, and we are in the evaluation phase for the remainder of the basin. So I just wanted to come and let you guys know that we are aware of these issues. We are working on them, and it takes a little time, as we all know, but there's definitely been a lot of progress made around this entire basin. Any questions?
No question, just a compliment. Districts that understand the needs, and I completely can understand that there would be a county or even a very small levee district that would be unaware of the enhanced view and need to act. And those that do a system-wide improvement framework network, that's a challenge, and they're to be complimented to do that. So we know that means there's a commitment to improve.
Thank you.
Board members, member Countryman, yes.
Good to see you, Tom. What are the nature of the encroachments? I noticed that across the board, it says unacceptable for encroachments. What's the nature of those encroachments?
In Knights Landing, we have several different areas of encroachments or types of encroachments. We do have a lot of PG&E poles on or in the levee slopes at the toes. Those are a lower priority at this point, but we are removing and relocating those in our project areas. We have several landowner private irrigation pumps coming out of the Sacramento River through the levee. None of those are leaking, so we haven't been putting those as the highest of priority. We did have 7 USIP identified culvert crossings. Only 3 of them still exist. We were able to confirm that through geophysical. So we have a project that we're looking for some funding for to remove the other 3. They've been abandoned and we don't know what condition they're in. Besides that, in the town of Knights Landing, we have a mobile home park on the levee. So that creates some issues. We have some permitted facilities around the Yolo Sutter Boat Club that they're encroachments, but they're not problematic from an O&M standpoint, and they tend to take pretty good care of the property. So things like that.
Well, thank you for that thorough answer. So many times I ask a question like that and everybody starts looking around. I appreciate that you're on top of these encroachments and trying to make headway with them. Thanks.
We've been advised that Ms. Sabatini has made it online, so
I'll open it up to her and she can add to anything I said. or
you may do
correct me.
that. Ms. Sabatini?
Yes, good
We're going
morning. I'm
to
so sorry.
unmute
I think
yourself. We'd love
I'm
to hear
having
from you.
technical difficulties on top of your technical difficulties. Thanks, Tom. You did a fantastic job. I don't really have anything to add to what Tom said, perhaps except that we have worked really diligently aside from addressing the inadequacies and the encroachments and all of the things that Tom alluded to. We have worked really, really hard to build trust and relationships with our landowners. And I think that that's part of the reason that we've been able to make as much progress as we have, is that we've been able to foster really positive communications with the affected landowners. So really grateful for all the assistance from the Corps and the Flood Board and DWR staff. They've been a tremendous help at trying to get us back online and up to speed, and also grateful for all of Tom's guidance.
Thank you for continuing to connect. We've had some challenging meetings.
Landing Ridge Drainage District.
She's on.
Is it my?
Maggie, you're on.
All right.
We'll get
I'm
feedback.
you're getting feedback.
Only when I want to talk, so I will not. But get closer to your microphone if you would, please. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Megan Nagy, the deputy manager for the Knights Landing Ridge Drainage District. We maintain the segment that's located on the Knights Landing Ridge cut. Knights Landing, as you can see from the improvements that we've made since the Corps' last inspection, the drainage district did a about $7 million project along the ridge cut for stability, which also addressed multiple encroachments, a number of items that were listed in the previous inspection. So that project was finished with construction 2 years ago. So that's complete. We are now moving on as a district to address erosion. Last year, we worked on a programmatic CEQA document addressing erosion and adopted that at our February board meeting this year. It's a CEQA document that covers the entire, both sides of the ridge cut for any erosion that currently exists, as well as anything that may appear. This year, we are one permit away from being able to execute our first phase of that project. We will be constructing about 2,000 feet of erosion protection. This year, we've permitted another 2,000 feet for hopefully next year. Those are extremely expensive projects, and we are hoping that we will be able to get a DWR grant once the FSRP program opens up to be able to assist us in continuing that program. But we are moving forward with those major issues. As it relates to the settlement that you saw, that is within the footprint of the Small Communities program that Elisa and Tom mentioned. Our engineers have already surveyed that particular segment for that program, and we'll be able to see if it's true settlement or if that's just a dip in the levee, a change in cross section. You know, it's always hard to tell in the field what you're really seeing, but we do have surveys that we'll be able to evaluate. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And you answered Member Countryman's question as well. Thank you for that. Member Ramirez?
Thank you. Hi, Megan. I have a question about the vegetation. It looks to have not changed, and I know that you're in the SWIFT program, and I was just wondering if you could describe a little bit about what the long-term plan is to address that particular issue as part of that framework.
The vegetation?
Yeah.
So vegetation is not a part of the SWIFT. You can see, Eric, are you able to go back one slide to the unacceptable items? There's the list of The list of unacceptable items that we're required to fix as part of the SWIFT are in that upper category. So right now, our only two unacceptable items to come into compliance with the SWIFT are the erosion and encroachments. The items in the lower area are considered unacceptable per core standards, but will not impact our SWIFT. I've addressed the settlement and how that's going to be evaluated. The vegetation is primarily right at the waterside toe, willows, small brush type of vegetation. So anytime we do an erosion repair that's within that footprint, of course, that will be addressed. But otherwise, most of that vegetation meets the state criteria.
Right. Thanks for that reminder. I don't remember when we switched into two categories. I don't know that you do either. You probably do. But there was a point in time when they were all listed together, and then the core inspections broken into categories. Remind me when that happened, if you can.
I want to say that was 2014.
Correct.
Okay. So it sounds like it's on the radar, but it's not something that has to be addressed directly. And then when you do address it, it's just case by case based on the projects and the permits that you need to get.
Correct.
That sound right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board policies had something to do with that regarding vegetation on the levee.
Maybe let me be clear. I was asking because I wanted to be able to have some examples as we roll towards the adoption of the plan, because this is one of those issues that we've heard about repeatedly, and it's handled different ways in different places based on, in this case, the framework and the core inspection. So I just wanted to put a little attention on that, because I think we'll end up talking about some of these things, whether our paths forward and when there are paths that are not as clear. So in this case, it seems to be clear. I just wanted to make sure that we put a fine point on that. So thanks for the explanation. It does help.
No problem.
Thank you for that. Any other board members? Yeah, he's not yet. Anyone in the room? No? Okay. What do we have hands up here? Markless, you are online, I understand, and your hand is up, so you're on.
Thank you. And just, I had told Eric I didn't necessarily have anything to say, but in light of some of the questions, I just wanted to bring some details. So obviously DWR maintains the Yola Bites West Levee Unit 1 portion of this. We work well with our maintaining agency partners at Yolo County and Knights Landing Ridge Drainage District. This is a great example of utilizing the core SWIFT process to maintain PL 8499 eligibility for all of our benefits, to ensure the federal government provides some post disaster assistance. And so we want to continue to do that. This is also a good example of utilization of a couple of DWR programs, being the flood system repair project that Megan had mentioned that they're working towards. So there's a new version of that anytime should be start making available funding to local maintaining agencies who require assistance with erosion repairs. So this is one excellent portion of that, as well as the flood maintenance assistance program, which I believe both agencies are utilizing. And so under Dave Wilden's portion of the flood maintenance and operations branch, these programs are available, and they do result in improvement. Clearly, from the previous inspection to this one, there's been quite a bit of improvement. The question of vegetation growth, we definitely do vegetation management. The Corps obviously looks at it a little differently. The rating as not affecting PL 8499 eligibility in their inspection is a good thing. However, we don't ignore vegetation. We do visibility and access to make sure that we can inspect and flood fight. And we also utilize a method to look at trees that might pose an unacceptable threat or risk to levee integrity. And so those would be addressed on a one-by-one basis. So this is, again, a great example of sort of local and state collaboration and the success, I think, of the programs that exist. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. List, for highlighting SWIFT and cooperation. It does work. And thank you, Board Member Ramirez and others who have spoken that the state of California and the Flood Board and DWR have a different view of levee vegetation than the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And many people were attending 3 days of workshop, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week on that very subject. So it's historic and ongoing. Any other comments? Any other hands raised? Mr. VP? None online. All right. Member Countryman? Yes, you're up again.
I'd like to really say I appreciate Mark's comments about this. We don't recognize enough of the work that we're doing, the progress that we're making out there. It's an enormous task to maintain the system and to keep it going. And it takes all levels, the very local level, the state level, and the federal level to make this happen. So I really appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Well said. Any other comments on that? Mr. Mel, are we done?
I think that's it, President Dolan. I think I just wanted to make the remark that the policy that Tim was referring to, it first started in November 2011. That was the first SWIFT policy. And in March 2014, that was when the new interim policy that removed veg growth as one of the criteria. So that's still the one, the 2014 is still the one we refer to. So just like to thank everyone for your time and also the LMAs. Mark just took the words right out of my mouth that the partnership is so key. And we want to thank not only these LMAs, but all the LMAs that we work with, especially with all the inspections and things like that. So thank you.
Thank you. Excellent report. Nice to hear the progress. What I'm going to do at this point is indicate that item 9 is Department of Water Resources monthly report. You can see it. They submitted a written report. So we're going to take 10 minutes and peruse that. This is going to be a 10-minute break. Thank you for allowing that break. It seemed to be busy. I didn't see that you were unenjoying. Is that a word? We are at item 9B, as in Bob. And I'm going to ask for Andrea Buckley of our board staff to introduce this item. It is information for the board regarding tribal engagement for the plan update. Ms. Buckley.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Lyons, and board members. Again, my name is Andrea Buckley, and I oversee environmental services and land management for the board. And I'm here today to introduce our next presenter, Anacita Augustinez, Tribal Policy Advisor for the Department of Water Resources since 2013. Both DWR and the board take the issue of engagement with Native American tribal communities very seriously and really strive to understand the needs and concerns of tribes, as well as protect natural and cultural resources and advance tribal interests. The board and DWR CVFPB planning team have been very fortunate to have Anacita oversee tribal community outreach and facilitate coordination and consultation for both the 2017 and 2022 updates of the plan. Her expertise and continuity with the process of the plan update, as well as her commitment to the continued partnership and relationship building with tribal governments, in addition to the inclusion of board staff in every aspect of the engagement, is appreciated. This has produced a comprehensive framework to address tribal concerns and input during plan development. This early front-end document review coordination allowed the participating tribes to engage in our working draft of the plan before it was released, resulting in the resolution of tribal concerns and input prior to the publication of a public draft. You will hear more about this from Anacita shortly. Even though we, specifically DWR, is officially closing consultation of Assembly Bill 52, board staff, and I'm certain the board, remains open to continued engagement pursuant to the board's tribal consultation policy, which ensures that the board has the ongoing ability to conduct open, effective, and timely government-to-government consultation with California Native American tribes in an effort to resolve concerns of as many parties as possible. So with that, I invite Anacita to begin her presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrea, for that introduction. And formally, I would just like to say on behalf of the Department of Water Resources, it's always a pleasure to provide these updates and to present before an esteemed board. And so my name is Anacita Augustinez, and if we could advance to the second slide, please. I serve as a tribal policy advisor for the Department of Water Resources. And in that capacity, I have been a resource to the board and to board staff in facilitating the consultation and recommending strategies for tribal engagement. So I thank you for this invitation. So I will be providing a brief update on the tribal engagement activity that occurred during the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan 2022 update. My presentation will begin with providing a review of prior tribal updates, engagement in the 2012 and 27 updates as just part of the review. We'll discuss the outreach that occurred during the consultation process and discuss what we did differently from prior updates. I will end with a review of our tribal engagement process with an assessment of outcomes and how we can continue to develop relationships with tribal partners. So let's look at the next slide, which is where we've been. Advance, please. So in 2012, tribal engagement record did not consist of formal government-to-government consultation. There was an effort to provide information to tribes through contacting various tribal associations. The associations were organizations such as the Indian Basket Weavers, the Cal Rural Indian Health Board, and also outreach through US EPA's Regional Tribal Operations Committee. So an honest assessment of looking back at 2022 would be that tribal engagement and also tribal consultation at the state level was just beginning. There are many reasons for this, and we could say, not only limited capacity on behalf of tribal nations, but also the limited knowledge of various state programs on behalf of tribes. But more importantly, there was clearly a lack of experience developing relationships with tribal governments by state agencies, departments, boards, and commissions. So during the period from 2012 to 2017, there was significant legislation and state policies that were adopted that would help inform not only tribal governments, but state agencies, departments, and boards and commissions on how to conduct tribal outreach, engagement, and formal government-to-government consultation. So the 2017 update was conducted under several consultation policies, specifically the Natural Resources Tribal Consultation Policy, DWR's Tribal Consultation Policy, and also Assembly Bill 52, which amended CEQA in 2015, and that set forth formal notification processes and other statutory requirements for consultation. So in 2017, what was done differently is that DWR was the lead CEQA agency within that 2017 update, and we contacted through consultation formal notices of 50 tribes in March of 2016 to provide notice of the Supplemental Program Environmental Impact Report. We received responses from 5 tribes. And from those tribes that were interested, we conducted engagement and outreach. And those tribes that we conducted engagement and outreach with was the United Auburn Indian Community, Wilton Rancheria, Yochadihi Wintu Nation, the Ione Band of Miwok Indians, and Shingle Spring Band of Miwok Indians. Upon the release of the draft supplemental PEIR, DWR sent letters notifying the 5 tribes which we were in communication with of the opportunity to comment and solicit additional information. United Auburn Indian Community was the only tribe to provide comments, some of which were incorporated into the 2017 supplemental PEIR. Specifically with the United Auburn Indian Community, the consultation was concluded pursuant to AB 52, and it was mutually agreed upon at the time of the conclusion that the tribe would defer some items that could not be addressed under the 2017 supplemental PEIR to be looked at and addressed in the 2022 update. Advance, please. So what happened in the 22 CVFPB tribal engagement? The Department of Water Resources and the board, when preparing for the 2022 update, made a commitment to an early engagement process to increase tribal participation in that plan update. Part of that early engagement was to host pre-AB 52 informational meetings to outreach to tribes in the Sacramento and San Joaquin basins. Our goal was to engage as many tribes as possible and also to provide an early notice to tribes that were not on the AB 52 list to have an opportunity to submit their formal notice to the Department of Water Resources. We proceeded to host 2 informational meetings for all tribes on the contact list. A 3rd informational meeting was held after consultation was initiated. The Moortown Rancheria of Maidu Indians also requested a separate one-on-one informational meeting before their tribal council. The pre-AB 52 informational meetings, they provided an opportunity for tribes to meet the Department of Water Resources consultation team, as well as board leadership and staff who participated. It was also an opportunity to receive an overview of the 2022 update scope and schedule. So in order to support our communication and outreach efforts, the Department of Water Resources increased our website presence, and we created a distribution listserv. Examples of that particular website will be provided in a later slide. Advance, please. So a pre-review of the working draft of the 2022 update was made available to the tribes. This was a very welcomed opportunities on behalf of the tribes during that consultation period. The tribes acknowledged that appreciation for an early pre-review, and it gave them an opportunity to gauge earlier and also to submit their comments under formal AB 52 consultation, which affords the ability for confidential statements to be kept confidential under that CEQA record. And once we were able to reach that point of communication with the tribes during that consultation process, this allowed the Department of Water Resources to solicit and incorporate tribal input into the working draft prior to its release for public comments. Next slide, please. So this is a list of the tribes that were on the contact list. We developed a contact list by contacting the Native American Heritage Commission. Their list from the Heritage Commission was approximately 57 tribes. We added additional tribes to that consultation list of tribes that submitted AB 52 notices. And this is a list that is a minimum starting point for any future efforts in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Basin for not only the Department of Water Resources, the board itself, or any other state agencies, and of course, the local communities and regional authorities that wish to engage. The Department of Water Resources maintains this list, and we will be very happy to share this contact list upon request. And we will be maintaining this contact list because, as you know, as an elected board and policy makers, the board makeup often goes through their own election cycles, and it will be maintained regularly as close as we can to keeping that a regular list. So that's why we chose not to provide more information, but we will be committed to sharing this information. But you can see that there's some tribes here that you would not normally think are within the Sacramento and San Joaquin basins, but these are tribes that may have an interest of what is going on within these basins for various reasons. So it's quite a big list, and as you can tell, it's not only federally recognized tribes, but non-federally recognized tribes that are represented. Next list, please. Next slide, please. So as we prepared, for the public and tribal engagement for the 2022 update, and we were acknowledging the stated commitment by the board itself and the Department of Water Resources to engage with the United Auburn Indian community to review with the tribe the deferred items from the 2017 consultation process. So one of the first things we did is we met with board staff and board leadership to review those deferred items and return to that. And the Department of Water Resources, the board staff met with the tribe for a formal government-to-government meeting in early of 2021 to discuss the tribe's specific concerns regarding any of the deferred items through government-to-government consultation with the goal of resolution. This allowed for the Department of Water Resources and United Auburn Indian community to enter into a consultation on the 2022 update with a clear understanding of where the tribe was in reference to the plan update and an understanding of where we were with those deferred items. The tribe participated in 4 consultation meetings, and they provide detailed comments on the working draft of the 2022 update verbally and in writing. The Department of Water Resources and board staff shared the proposed changes to the working draft in response to the United Auburn Indian Community's comments during the consultation process. So continue to the next slide, please. So this leads to where we are. And next slide, please. So where are we? We're at this point, in August 2nd of 2022, the Department of Water Resources sent out letters to the engaged tribes, informing them of formal closure of consultation pursuant to Assembly Bill 52 on the 2022 CVFPB update. Although AB 52 consultation is formally closed, that does not close consultation with tribes. What that does is closes that consultation process under AB 52 that allows for the board itself and the Department of Resources as CEQA lead agency to begin the process of the formal comment period and the publication of the update. Although AB 52 consultation is formally closed, our consultation policies allows for ongoing consultation. As a reminder, the board itself has adopted California Natural Resources Agency's tribal consultation policy, and that allows for ongoing, meaningful, and timely communication upon request of tribes. So it's anticipated that tribes may contact the board staff for continued engagement. Next slide, please. So to achieve success, we must remain committed to maintaining relationships at the state, local, and regional level with tribes as partners and with respect to tribal sovereign immunity. As we move forward, Department of Water Resources will continue to maintain the tribal engagement website, and the website will maintain all past, current, and future communication, presentations, agendas, and meeting notes on tribal engagement. The tribes will continue to receive information through the email distribution system, and the staff assigned to the CVFPB will be available to address questions. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of the tribal engagement webpage, which was live in early May of 2021. Next slide, please. Specific resources can be accessed through this website, including access to the 2012 EIR and the 2017 SPEIR. Next slide, please. So the website contains information and resource links for updates, related documents, and meeting materials related not only to the informational meetings held in 2021, but also meetings held in the 2012 process and the 2017 process. What we don't show here are the government-to-government meetings, which are confidential. These are the formal informational meetings, public meetings that we can share information. So during that process of when we sent out the notice of the project itself, as of April of 2021, there was a series of meetings with the engaged tribes that we do not show on this, and those are obviously confidential. And we do not share even the meeting notes that are here are things from an open meeting, and also not disclosure of anything that's confidential in nature. Next slide, please. This is a QR code for access to the tribal engagement website. And so this is anyone that's able to do this can go back and they can see all those agendas, meetings, and presentations, and really get a good flavor of the commitment to that, the development of tribal engagement process throughout the years. Next slide, please. So let's look at where we're going. When we compare our tribal engagement efforts from 2012 to 2017 to 2022, we can definitely state there was a significant engagement, outreach, and participation. Was our outreach successful? Did we adequately address the perspectives of tribal governments and incorporate those perspectives into the update? What we have learned is that proactive and early engagement leads to a stronger partnership and increased tribal participation. The participation of tribes in the consultation process has resulted in a greater understanding of tribal concerns and interests, particularly in the areas of incorporating tribal science into management plans and developing those most needed and trusted partnerships at the state and local and regional level. Next slide, please. What is our future outreach and engagement with tribes? So we would really want to, land on, respect for tribal sovereignty and adherence to consultation protocols that allow tribes an opportunity to review documents, maintain confidentiality throughout the consultation process and during the plan review process. As projects are being developed, the tribes have stated they wish to be included in the planning process, and also not only in the planning process, but in the early planning process. We must continue to support local efforts and tribal efforts to achieve the regional partnerships that are really what gets the work done, and that will lead to collaborative management. And we must also be reminded that any equity conversation must include tribal perspectives and tribal engagement. And I think one of the, the major takeaways is that, tribes wish to be partners, and that, working with the board and at the local regional project level is what it will be part of the mainstays of future engagement. And that is my final slide. The next slide is informational page of where to reach me. And I'm very happy to have made this presentation and happy to answer further questions. Thank you for this opportunity.
It is the board who thanks you. Very comprehensive, very helpful. We knew this was occurring, so it's good to know the process and the very respectful, appropriate way that we are all working together. I'm excited about that because I remember 2012. It was not.
We were learning.
It was a little more challenging. We were learning, and we will continue to do that. All right. Board members have comments or input? Member Johnson.
Thank you, President Dolan. Thank you for that presentation. I'm interested in the G2G consultation with United Auburn Indian Community and issues that were held over, and seems to have been one of the more extensive engagements. And I understand that the actual contents of the G2G may involve confidential information. But I'm curious if there's a way to characterize for us publicly something about the nature of the conversation and where it stands, and whether that would be useful to us being supportive of you and of them, and in particular whether you feel and you've heard from them that the issues are being resolved.
Thank you for that question. And that was something, especially when we, as President mentioned, from the 2012 process. Closure was, AB 52 was very new. It was one of our very first AB 52 consultations, not only for Department of Water Resources, but for the tribe itself. And when it came to a point of making a decision for mutual closure, we wanted to say we had a mutual closure versus a lead CEQA agency just making that determination, we're closing it, which is our statutory right. But, to maintain and curate partnerships, you want reciprocity, you want mutual engagement. So we agreed upon accepting what we could address in the 2012 process, and we said deferred items. And what happened surprisingly during that 2012 to 2017 period, some of those deferred items resolved themselves because of the statutory language, the new adoption of policies that actually handled some of those deferred matters. And then some of the other deferred matters, which we can just speak of in a very general sense, because this was a planning document, would really only apply to actual projects. And so those were also things that, for our purposes, there was mutual resolution, and our goal was to address it in that government-to-government format so that the tribe and our approach to 2022 update would be very clear and transparent, and we knew where we stand. And it really was helpful to go, and we really looked back at everything we discussed in 2012 in a very deep dive and went forward. There's always going to be issues from a tribal perspective with projects dealing with mitigation that were not going to be addressed in a planning document. And so, but those will have to be addressed when project partners do infrastructure projects that will affect tribal interests, not only through CEQA, but if we're looking with federal partners, there's going to be the federal responsibility of that engagement and contact with tribes on their federal consultation processes. But developing that partnership with not only United Auburn Indian Community, but the other tribes. We work closely with those tribes, not only on this project, but many other projects. So there is really a great partnership that has been developed and a greater understanding of how to utilize these adopted state policies that we have now been utilizing since 2012. That has helped us a lot. So, but thank you for the question. I hope that answers it.
Any other board members have any comments or input?
I have one more, but
We'll come back to you. Vice President first, sorry.
Mine's just a compliment. If you look at what you showed us from 12 to 17 to 22, it's pretty extensive, the maturity in that. And so we just appreciate that because I didn't realize how many tribes until you showed that slide of everybody reached out to. So that work you're doing is important to us and, frankly, makes us look good. So thank you for doing that. It's important.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment.
Member Ramirez?
I'll second that. Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
I just wanted to, I guess, put another fine point on that and recognize that what you did is broader than was required. Just the reflection of the number of interested tribes, not just that are in the footprint of, but interested in the valley, which I'm really grateful for. And Brian asked the question that I wanted to get to, the project versus the planning issue. So I guess my question is, what can we do, the board and the members of the board, to help at this point with anything that you think would be constructive, given the fact that it's a programmatic document? We are often the CEQA lead agency for projects, but not all of them. And they're still in the valley. And I think we want to make sure we find a way to not just engage every 5 years. If there's things that you and or our staff think that we could do, it'd be great to hear what those things are. And if you wanted to give it some time and come back, that's also a fine response. I don't want to put you on the spot. But I think I wanted to make sure that you knew that we wanted to support you and also find a way to stay connected.
No, that is really a great question because when we do 5-year updates, it's oftentimes you're so excited you've completed that milestone, and then you don't think about the next update for the next couple of years. We experienced that with the California Water Plan at the Department of Water Resources. So what we have developed is a tribal advisory committee. We have several tribal advisory committees at the Department of Water Resources specific to tribal interests. California Water Plan, and SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act groups, and they meet quarterly or on a regular basis, depending. My just a recommendation is building your tribal capacity, supporting the work that Andrea Buckley and her staff are doing. I understand that there's been a tribal liaison, hired that will work, and I'm happy to work with that individual at any time. Developing a best practices of what has been done, because I think we do have a good roadmap. One of the first things I did say was we need to have an engagement website to show the public the work. And it shows the tribes also, oh, wow, this has been happening. Why haven't we been involved before? There's been, we're doing our best efforts as a state agency, the due diligence required, but we have to make sure that we maintain that communication and engagement at every opportunity. I think maybe potentially a best management guidance document, or a mid planning, because we're going to be doing another update in 5 years. A mid planning within that a 2.5-year period to do that early AB 52 informational meeting. So what's the difference with what will it be, the 2027 update? And that's something we've learned with our 5-year updates on different programs, and it's effective. But it also gives you a chance to kind of a mid-period review, and it kind of gets your new teams involved, especially with tribal governments. The tribes are going to stay the same, but their government leadership may evolve, new staff, and they'll need to be reintroduced to this plan and update and what has been their tribe's particular participation. So that would be at the very minimum some examples of what could get started.
That's great. Thank you. I can see our trustee staff nodding heads. So we'll follow up. And I want to also just recognize, of course, the tribes also limited capacity. And I think we want to be mindful of creating all these different forums that we're asking them to participate in. And I'm sure that you're wrestling with this already. We're one state and DWR is one agency, and there's only one tribe in each of those situations. And there's lots of us on the state side. So thank you for those comments and insights. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely appreciate it. If I could have IT go to the front page of the first slide. I do want to mention that when you notice our tribal website under Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, that has been that it's not a logo, but it's sort of, you know, that image on slide 1. That, and it shows the tribal engagement page. You will be able to see that Tule Rush, the color code of blue and green. We were hoping that that could be carried out through the future, and that when tribes see that, they'll recognize and associate that with any tribal engagement on Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and use that and continue to use the template documents for save the dates, as well as the agendas that we've developed. And so we've already created template documents in those communication tools in the specific engagement website.
That's very helpful to hear. Thank you for that insight. I would not have been aware of that unless you had said it. So thank you for backing up and doing
You'll
that.
start seeing that imagery, and it's also the front page of my slide presentation. I chose to use that because that's what we use for all tribal engagement under Central Valley Flood Protection Board.
That's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was writing your suggestions as fast as I could write, and I looked down and couldn't read it. And then I remembered that we have a transcript. So you have given us our to-do list, and we will print that and document it. Thank you so much. Member Johnson?
Thank you. I had a question and a comment, but Tim asked my question, so I'll just leave with the last comment. You mentioned the early consultation before the public draft, and that was useful. And I was aware that was happening, but still want to call that out and say how much we appreciate that, and it's absolutely the right way to do it. And sorry, it's the way to get a good product and to have the right form of engagement with tribal nations, and I know you know that, and I wanted to call it out though and say thank you.
Thank you.
I think I've called on board members to have input. Is there anyone in the audience here, or in-person participants who want to make a comment? Are you getting up? No. I see none. Are there any hands up? No hands up. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming, and we will see you again.
Thank
President,
you.
this is Rick Reinhardt. I did have my hand up and I had a question.
Oh, I hear Mr. Reinhardt, so we do have one. Mr. Reinhardt, sorry that we didn't see that.
It's okay. President Dolan, Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers, commenting on behalf of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. Just maybe a clarification that in the presentation, I think what I heard was that the government meetings are confidential. Certainly understandable where sensitive information is being exchanged, that can't publicly be disclosed. But where those discussions lead to changes in policy, programs, or projects or process, if those discussions are confidential, how does that get disclosed to the public? Thank you.
What remains confidential on a government record are things that are pursuant to statute, Public Resources Code and Government Code, dealing with sensitive documents, sensitive areas. If the tribes chose to make comments to the working draft, some of those were incorporated into the public comment, the public review draft. So those were non-confidential. Also, tribes can make a distinction of what they wish to release. So that way it can help inform policy and direct some planning and management decisions. I hope that answers your question. But I do know that in the benefit of when we speak with tribes, if we see something that would have an outside benefit, we have a discussion with this. Is this appropriate for public review or public release? can we make a decision that this is something that we'd like to include into the public working draft. And so some of those comments were in there. You're not going to see it as a member of the public that this was a tribal input, but there was incorporation of some of those things that would help inform and influence local decision making from that tribal perspective in that public working draft.
Thank you for clarifying. So just to be clear, if there's changes to the document, that shows up as a public comment. And that's where the record is.
And yes, tribes will, in working on CEQA documents, there's kind of a parallel a process. They will have we will maintain a per CEQA administrative record that is confidential, and then tribes will know that those are confidential comments. And they will also, on certain occasions, make a public comment, and that knowing that that would be available for public review under tribal letterhead. And we did receive one from a tribe just addressing more of a acknowledgement of the process and thanking the board and DWR for acknowledging that process. So that there is that public comment in the 2022 update.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me ask for a full review of whether hands are raised. Your screen might be too small. Do you see any hands raised back there in the command center? No? No. Okay. I think we are finished then. Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. That was a good question. It's one we struggle with.
Yes, good clarifying. Thank you again.
I don't see the next presenters in the room, so I think they're our virtual folks, unless my eyeglasses are not working. Yes, this is item 9C, as in cute. It is information, and it is again regarding the 2022 plan update, and this is a risk analysis briefing. I doubt it will be brief, but it is a briefing. So it's a very important topic. And who is introducing this?
Hi, President Dolan. This is Jason Sidley, Division of.
Jason Sidley, hello.
Hello, good morning. Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, President Dolan, members of the board, thank you very much for inviting us to provide you with this informational briefing on some of the risk analysis that went into the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan's 2022 update. I'm going to just introduce the speakers really quick and let them handle the bulk of the presentation here. First, we have Steve Cowden, who is an economist with DWR and has been the lead for the flood risk analysis that we completed for the 2022 update. Additionally, we have Joanna Liu with HDR, who has been a key member of our consulting staff for the 2022 update and was a member of the technical team that did this analysis. So now I will hand it over to Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Oh boy, I got this bit. I got this echo.
Is this Mr. Cowden now?
Yes, it is.
Welcome.
Okay, that I'm getting. I still have an echo. Oh well, I'll press ahead. The original request for this briefing came from Member Johnson a few weeks ago. The request is for life risk results by RFMPs, which we have. Following that request, Joanna and I decided to add the flood damage results. Now, these results are all expected annual values. There's been a lot of discussion, including the August 12th climate change workshop regarding the merits of using expected annual values versus event damages. Also at that workshop, President Dolan and several board members describe the board's emphasis on improving public safety. So following that workshop, Joanna and I decided we needed to include additional information on the lifespan analysis, because that analysis directly provides information regarding those two topics. Unfortunately, most of this information is buried in the technical appendices. So our mission today, in addition to providing results, is to daylight where that information is at. So without further ado, and hopefully without echoes, I'll forward to Joanna. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'm not getting an echo on our end, so I think we're good on that. Good morning.
Here in the room as well.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thumbs up. Okay, great. Joanna Liu with HDR. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board, others in attendance today. As Steve was mentioning, we are going to provide an overview of the life risk results and flood damage results from the technical analyses that were conducted as part of the 2022 update to support graphics and other information that's included in the plan. But before we dive into the results and the numbers, we wanted to provide some background or context to help frame our conversation today. So first, we wanted to give a brief description of what flood risk is. It's a pretty generalized term, but a lot is compacted into those two words, at least from a technical standpoint, when we look at the computations that go behind the numbers that go into the plan. So the first bullet, I'll just read it to give everybody some context, that flood risk is a description of likelihood, and I'll emphasize a couple words, likelihood of adverse consequences. So likelihood and consequences from flooding for a given area, so certain characteristics, a given area with a specified climate, a land use condition, and certain flood risk management components in place. So it's a mouthful, but I think the focus here is that flood risk takes into consideration both likelihood, or the percentage of time that something might happen, and the consequence of that flooding, or the bad part of the flood. So what goes into a flood risk estimate are the following: the flood hazard, the bad part of flooding, the volume and the flow from the flood, the performance of any flood risk reduction measures that might be in place or that are planned, such as levees and flood warning systems, the exposure or the people on the property that are exposed to the hazard that are located in the floodplain, the vulnerability of those people and property, how susceptible they are to structural damage or life loss, and then the ultimate consequence of that inundation. Next slide, please. So as Steve was saying, there's been a lot of discussion about expected annual values versus single event values. So we wanted to give a little bit more background and take a deeper dive into what really goes into the technical analysis behind some of these computations. So expected annual values, when we're talking about flood risk, it is not the damage or life loss incurred by a single catastrophic event, but rather it includes the probability or the likelihood, as we were saying, of each of many outcomes. This can be expressed as a relationship between the consequence or the damage or the life loss to probability as a consequence probability function. If you were to integrate that function I'm taking us back to some math, but if you were to integrate that function and compute the likelihood and the consequences of several different outcomes, that is where you would get to the expected or the most likely outcome and the most likely consequence. So if all of these probabilities were annual values, this most likely value is called the expected annual value. So it's taking again into consideration the likelihood, whether it's very rare or it's very frequent, and then the consequence of each of those outcomes. So what is expected annual value are they used for? It is the standard of practice metric or way that we evaluate certain flood risk management measures. Next slide, please. So to provide an example, I know integrating a function is a bit nebulous for some, but taking into consideration some historic flood damage. So the graphic on the left is showing years 1955 through 2003. So it's showing the dollars damage in today's dollars. So you can see that in certain years, we have experienced some flood damage. In other years, we've not had any floods, such as current times when we're in the middle of a severe drought. But in other years, the damage is quite significant. And so this is just looking at it chronologically year to year. On the right, if we were to take all of those values and put them in order from lowest to highest damage, you can see that the frequency of the damage, say to the right, the most severe damage, the likelihood of that happening is quite small or very infrequent. Whereas there are many years where we've had very little damage. Next slide. So how do we get to EAD, or expected annual damage, or expected annual life losses, what we'll focus a little bit more on today? We would take that frequency function where we look at the likelihood or the percent chance that a certain value will be exceeded, and we can integrate that function or take the area under it to get to a single value. So there's, again, a lot behind this single value. But it is a metric that we can use to evaluate flood risk reduction measures. So the graphic in the middle with the orange underneath the curve, that's the integration of this relationship. And this, you'll see this frequency plot in some of the technical documentation that accompanied the 2022 update. If you were to integrate that area or get the total value of that orange shaded region, that is what we refer to as expected annual damage. Next slide. To give a little bit more background, I know some questions came up in some of the previous workshops about the specifics about what go into a flood risk analysis. We thought we would just step through some of the inputs that the technical team has gathered and used in computations to get to flood damage and potential life loss. So first, the flood risk analysis includes a complete overhaul of our structure inventory. So for the 2022 update, we looked at parcel level information, which included structure location and structure value. It also takes into consideration a first floor elevation, so we can determine at what point structures become damaged. In addition to that, we had developed channel and floodplain characteristics, so channel stages, the likelihood of those stages occurring, and then also if a levee were to fail, what those floodplains might look like. In addition to that, we have incorporated levee characteristics or levee performance based on information collected as part of the urban levee evaluation and non-urban levee evaluation. In that effort, levee performance curves were developed so that we could better understand the fragility of our levees within the state plan of flood control system. To determine the damage, we can compare the depth in the floodplain to the structures that are located within the floodplain. And then there's a percent damage assigned. So based on the structure value, we can estimate how much of that structure in dollars is damaged. And those depth damage characteristics have been developed through historic flooding, observed structural damage, and research. So all of that combined in our flood risk analysis, we come to a number or a dollar, which is fairly easily quantifiable to determine what flood damage looks like. Next slide. The life risk analysis component is a bit more complex in that it takes into consideration human behavior. So it is a little bit harder to pinpoint or quantify. However, we have tools and data to help support that. Namely, flood characteristics in this case include more of a dynamic simulation. So here we're taking in consideration more of the flood warning and evacuation timeline given a flood event. So the flood characteristics here would include, given a levee breach, the volume of flow coming through the breach, the timing of that, how fast the flow is coming, how deep the flow is getting, and the extent of flooding. So given a flood and a levee breach, we then take into consideration the warning timeline. If a flood is known to occur or we can foresee it coming, emergency managers would develop a warning message and issue that message so that there's a time component to that. Once the message is issued, there is a time that elapses for that message to get out to the public via reverse 911 calls or broadcast over television or social media, etc. Your neighbor knocking on your door. And so there's a timeline associated with the warning. Once the warning is issued, the population that is exposed to the flood then has decisions to make, whether it be to shelter in place or to try to evacuate. And so the population inventory in this case was also updated as part of the 2022 update, where we took into consideration the number of people associated with each of the structures. If the population does decide to evacuate, they can get out onto a road network and try to evacuate to designated destinations. All of that together, combined with a depth mortality function, here we relate the depth of flooding to life loss. And this again is based on historic events and research, and it takes into consideration the age of the population, being over 65 or under 65, which designates a line for mobility and being able to evacuate, and also your swimming capability. So that I'll take into account in the life risk analysis, then gives us estimates on potential life loss for certain events. Next slide. For 2022, we did several enhancements within the technical analyses that help support the update. The workshop last week or a week or two ago talked mostly on comments we received on the refined climate change analysis. One more click. In addition to the climate change analysis update, we also have included geotechnical information that's been new since the 2017 update. So for any projects that have changed in levee performance, be it with a levee strengthening or new projects that have come online since 2017, we've tried as best to incorporate that information as possible. As I said, we updated the full structure inventory in addition to the population within those structures. And then our focus today will be mostly on the refined life risk analysis and then those results by RFMP areas. A piece that is somewhat buried in the technical documentation, as Steve was saying, that we wanted to highlight today were the life sim results. And the life sim is a modeling tool or computer program that we use to help incorporate all of the components that I described earlier into the life risk analysis. So what we're seeing here is a map displaying both the input on the left and the results on the right. So I'll draw your attention to the input on the left. This is showing the Mossdale Tract area just southwest of Stockton. And you can see where there's a pink dot, red circle. That is where the levee breach is assumed to occur. This is for what we would consider a 500-year event. So this is a single event simulation where the blue shading is meant to indicate where and how deep the flooding would be. Given that, the destinations that we selected for people to evacuate to are illustrated with the green stars. And so people within their households, certain areas are designated to evacuate to each of those locations. So those are the inputs on the left, in addition to the warning timeline I referred to. The results coming out of this single event simulation are shown on the right, where we've aggregated the life risk or the life loss, I should say, into these hexagonal areas so as not to display single locations of potential life loss, but more to show areas where we might want to focus on to ensure that perhaps if this event were to occur, we might want to concentrate on these darker red areas because this is where more life loss is estimated to happen. And so you can see that there is some red shading just to the east of the levee breach, but then as the flood propagates to the north, where the flooding gets deeper, you'll see additional life loss at that end of the basin. Next slide. So this is a lot of numbers up on the screen, but I just wanted to illustrate here that the map we were looking at was for one of the largest events we simulated, or the 500-year event. However, for this basin, we did simulate several different flood scenarios, namely the 10, 25, and so on year events. This table pulls together the channel stage information. So given these frequencies or annual exceedance probabilities, there's a certain likelihood that the channel stage will get to these elevations shown. The PAR, or the population at risk, is the total number of people within that basin, either over 65 or under 65. And the population at risk would be those that are within the flooded area. You can see that we've broken out the life loss into two categories, again, based on age, under 65 and over 65, both in structures and on roads. And here in this basin, particularly, we're seeing that the life loss is much more significant on the road network. And so this would highlight the fact that based on these results, we may want to help or assist emergency managers in how they issue the warning and whether they want to tell the public to shelter in place, or is it safer to go on the road, or vice versa. So we do feel that some of these results could help further emergency management measures and improvements. I think Steve was going to share some information gathered in this particular basin through a feasibility study.
Yes, the San Joaquin Flood Agency feasibility study for the Mossdale Tract. They partnered with the Sacramento District to do a life sim analysis. So the Sacramento District and SJAFCA held an expert elicitation with local management for emergency agencies to obtain input for the life sim model, that those inputs that Joanna just described. Once they attained those inputs, they ran life sim, obtained the results, and then met with those emergency managers again and went over the results and how they might change. But regarding that particular slide, Sajafka in their feasibility study commented that they were concerned about life loss on the roads during the flood event. So their strategy, as described in that study, was to favor sheltering in place. So that particular slide, which showed larger life loss on the roads, seems to back up their strategy. Again, that's just one scenario that we looked at. So you have to take all scenarios together, but it does seem to, again, back up their conclusion. Okay, thank you.
This is Jane Dolan. We obviously went to Mr. Cowden because this is transcribed, because people are listening in. When speakers change, if you could just say your name again, that would be a good thing. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, before we jump into the results, I know that was a lot of information conveyed through a few slides. So I thought we could close at least this portion of the presentation with how this information is used. Given all of the numbers and the integration and the data and coming to a single value, the expected value results are a common way for evaluating flood risk management over time. And so for the technical analyses done for the 2022 update, we did look at current flood risk for both damages and life loss, as well as 50 years out into the future, taking into consideration the climate change projections. These changes in expected annual values, be it without a project in place, so looking at existing conditions, and then with the project in place, comparing those two values, we can determine what those benefits might be over the life of the project. And then lastly, I'd say this is a standard that's used for both federal, state, and other local agencies' planning and feasibility studies. Okay, next slide. Okay, now I will turn it over to Steve, and he's going to run through the results that came out of our technical analyses.
Thank you, Joanne. Again, this is Steve Cowden. So to start, we're going to look at expected annual damage for both basins, the basin totals, to get a perspective before we look at the RFMP results. There has been discussion about the different types of figure that might be used to better illustrate EAD and EALL. But for today, I'm just going to use the fan graphics. So here for Sacramento Bay, we have the 2022 and 2072 results. This is expected annual damage that's expressed in millions of dollars. The without project conditions are shown in a darker shading. The with project conditions are shown in the lighter shading. For 2072, we have three climate change scenarios: low, medium, and high. So for Sacramento Basin, for 2072, the without project condition, EAL, ranges from 674 million to about 1.2 billion. And for with project conditions, it ranges from about 600 million to 1 billion. So you see the same information for San Joaquin Basin on the right. For this basin, there's a bigger difference between the without project conditions and the with project conditions. And we'll come back to this in a few minutes. Okay, next slide. These are the expected annual life loss estimates, again for Sacramento and San Joaquin basins. Expected annual life loss is expressed as number of persons. So for Sacramento Basin, for 2022, that number is about 61 for both without and with project conditions. For 2072, the range of without project life loss is 138 to 243. And for without project, it's 117 to 190, excuse me, for with project. For San Joaquin Basin, you see the same estimates for EAL. But again, you see a much greater reduction for with project conditions. These estimates are all shown in chapter 3 of the main document. Okay, thank you. Next slide. So we will dive into the RFMP results. To get these, we overlaid a map of the RFMP, the 6 RFMPs, over the impact area we use for the flood damage and life loss analysis, the 110 impact area for both basins. So for E, RFMP, we identify the impact area within each RFMP, and then sum the EAD and EALL estimates for each RFMP. So that's the procedure we use to get the result you're about to see. Okay, next slide, please. Here are the results for the upper Sacramento, mid Sacramento River Basin for both expected annual damage, expected annual life loss. We're going to go through several graphs, so I won't read all the individual results. However, you can find this information in Appendix C, Final Risk Analysis, Attachment F. Okay, next slide. Here are the results for the Feather River RFMP. And next slide. The results for the Lower Sacramento Delta North RFMP. Most of the damage, expected life loss, occurs in this RFMP, not surprisingly. Okay, next slide, please. Moving to San Joaquin. This is the upper San Joaquin. Expected annual damage on the left, expected annual life loss on the right. And next slide. For the mid San Joaquin. And then next slide. The lower San Joaquin. Again, most of the changes from without to with project conditions occur in the lower San Joaquin. Okay. So some key takeaways. The flood damage and life loss estimates capture a range of uncertainty due to climate change. And we use the 3 scenarios, low, medium, and high, to capture this range. This is an enhancement for 2020-22. Most life loss occurs in the urbanized portions of the basins. As you can see, most of the benefits are realized in the San Joaquin Basin, which is caused by prior investment in the Sacramento Basin. So the San Joaquin Basin is catching up. Okay, next slide. Moving forward for 2027, we will continue using LifeSim. Hopefully, we will expand the impact area we use for LifeSim. But more importantly, is how we use LifeSim. As Joanna explained in that figure, showing all the different inputs into the life risk analysis, there are a lot of variables that must be used to configure LifeSim. For 2022, we use default information to configure LifeSim. As I mentioned, the SJAFCA used the Corps to hold an expert elicitation to obtain input into their LifeSim model. So what we're proposing for 2027 is to hold expert elicitation with SJAF, SAFECA, the SABUFCA, and any other relevant Asian agencies to configure LifeSim. Once we've done that, and we've run LifeSim, then we can go back and meet with those emergency managers, describe their input and how they affected the LifeSim results, and how potentially changing those procedures might enhance their LifeSim results. So what we're proposing is moving from LifeSim to just compute numbers to actively engage with the emergency management. And this, I think, directly, addresses all the board discussion on August 12th on how to improve public safety. So with that, we'll turn it over to questions.
This is Jane Dolan. That is not the first time I've heard some of this information or even a longer one. It's hard to absorb, and in some instances, it's just hard to hear the term ELL.
Right. So expected annual life loss.
Yes, I know what that means. But I grew up in the Sacramento Valley. My first experience with a flood was when I was very, very young, and my cousins from Yuba City and Marysville came to spend Christmas with us, or so I thought. And that was 1955. So later on, I found out why they were there. And it wasn't because they wanted to be there. So did board members have any input questions on this presentation? And thank you for that. You condensed incredible amount of information in that, so appreciate it. Board members? Member Countryman.
Thank you for your presentation. I have to say, though, I'm disappointed that you weren't here in person. I think it's much more difficult to put together what you're saying and what the slides are saying in this remote format. And I'd hope in the future there's some effort made to come in person to make the presentation. Secondly, the talk about the 2027 update. I think it's time to acknowledge that the probability approach that was described here for computing expected annual damages and so forth just isn't applicable during a period of climate change. There is so much uncertainty. Most of the major damages are occurring beyond the 100-year, 1 in 100-year AEP. And the estimates of the events that are larger than that are so uncertain. If you look at the confidence bounds around the frequency curves, they are as great as they estimate themselves. There is great uncertainty in projecting these future probabilities when you have a changing hydrology taking place. At most, you maybe have 20 years of record that's applicable under the new climate conditions. Yet, we make these projections that are so uncertain. They're uncertain even if you assume there was no climate change. There's great uncertainty. But when you put the climate change on top of that, the uncertainty of the frequency curve is immense. And I think it's time that, and I have to say, I know you're following the core procedure. I don't want you to think that I'm saying you're not doing that you're doing something, that isn't right. It's current accepted procedure that the Corps of Engineers uses. But I think we have to, going forward, look about abandoning this approach and looking more at what the state goal is for 200-year design storm. Maybe like it used to be standard project flood that was the standard. And look at what the damages are associated with this flood. That's something I think would be a better approach than trying to fabricate these frequency functions that have so much uncertainty involved with them. So as we go towards the 2027 report, I think things like the arc storm approach or something based on a physical fact, what the storms, how much rain you can get out of the storms under certain conditions and so forth, is a much sounder way of going forward than using the statistical approach that was used here in this report. Even though it's currently the accepted way to go, I really encourage you in the future to look at going in a different direction on this. Thank you.
Should I go, Steve, or you want to?
I'll jump. We hear you. But when we use LifeSynth, we do estimate event life loss for a suite of events, as you saw. We input that into FDA. So really, we're using both types of information. We generate event life loss for a suite of events, but we also generate expected annual damage, expected annual life loss. So I don't think it's either or. I think it's how we use both types of information. Now, how we define those events we put into LifeSynth probably needs further discussion, especially concerning climate change. But again, I don't think it's either or, but using both. Joanna?
Yeah, this is Joanna. I would just maybe add that 100% there is large uncertainty in what our future climate might bring, and that all the components that were included in the graphic that I described includes uncertainty about each one of those components. So the level of uncertainty is considered in part of this analysis. That's one thing. And then two, as this is a basin-wide planning document, we've tried to incorporate as much detail as possible, but some of that does get lost as you aggregate to the basin level. And so I do appreciate that the suggestions made to look at a single large event. But I would add that as part of the aggregation of information, we do look at very infrequent type events and we look at very frequent events. And so as part of those infrequent events, you would consider it to be a 500-year event or something approaching an arc storm type event. So those large events have been included in the analysis. But as Steve was saying, I think it would be more illustrative perhaps to highlight some of those large event results in addition to the standard of practice, which has been these expected annual values. Because the intent is here not to use these for design per se, because if we were to design our system to protect for the largest event ever to be experienced, that's just not quite practical, I would assume financially. And so there has to be some medium ground in which we can plan for an investment to help protect people and property, and then be able to tolerate those residual risks or the risks that would occur beyond what we help protect for.
Okay. This is Jane Dolan. Any other board comments? I'm feeling I need to say this is such an incredibly complex issue that maybe a back and forth between those who are in the room and those who are online might be not the best discussion. With that, sorry, I really appreciate your comments, Member Countryman, very much. We've seen what's going on this summer across the nation, and the unexpected nature of storms and damage is stunning. Anyone in the room brave enough to get up now that I've said I want to move on? Nope. Anyone online with a hand up? Not even Mr. Reinhardt? Okay. You want to say something? You may talk.
Okay.
You're a board member.
I just wasn't sure if I was in the queue. Thank you.
You're right here.
Well, I passed up the first opportunity when you came to the board, and then you were back out. So I just want to thank the two of you for being here. I think this is useful and necessary information. I don't yet feel like it's fully responsive to, not that your presentation wasn't responsive, but it doesn't fully answer the questions that we were grappling with at the last meeting as we were talking about climate change. And one of the things that I think we still need collectively, all of us, to work on is being able to describe for folks what happens to the system and to the state of California in the types of big events that we're likely to see in the 21st century. And we need that for planning purposes and also for communication purposes. And so I think being able to say in events such as A, B, or C, what we see in the system and what that means for the people who live here remains necessary. And I think we still have a little bit of work to do. And so I'm encouraged by what I think I'm hearing from you all about being able to do a little bit of both and not an either or. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Member Johnson. Anything else? Because I'm ready to go on to the plan update. So I'll do that. Thank you, presenters. Thank you for that item.
Thank you.
A lot of helpful information and a lot of cause for more thought as we go forward with our plan and our work. We're going to take one more item. We're on to item 10, which is board items. We'll take item A, the update of the plan, and then we're going to take a half-hour lunch break. So item 10A is Central Valley Flood Protection 2020 update. Ruth Darling of board staff is going to give that. I just wanted to let Mr. Countryman know she's online today because she needs to be with her daughter.
Thank you, President Dolan. I apologize, I can't be there in person, but I'm sure you wouldn't want me to because my daughter's pretty sick at home. So I'm saving you all that. I'll just get started. Thank you for pulling up the slides, Ryan and Chavez. My name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and I'm here today to update you on the board's public engagement process thus far for the 2022 CVFPB update. Next slide, please. So just a bit of some reminders for folks who maybe haven't been plugged in the last several months. DWR transmitted the public draft to the board on April 21st, 2022. This is the second update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, and it fulfills the requirements of the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008. This update focuses on three central themes, which is building flood system climate resilience, accountability and performance tracking, and alignment with other state planning efforts. Next slide, please. So the board is responsible for adopting the plan. The board's adoption process also includes conducting public hearings in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valleys to receive comments on the plan, as well as to review written comments to inform any changes to the plan prior to adoption. So the comment period closed on June 6th. The board held 3 public hearings in May, one in the Stockton area, one in Sacramento, and one virtual only. Next slide, please. And this is a reminder of the commenters that we and the comments that we've received on the plan to date. So a total of 255 comments have been received on the plan from 20 different agencies, including our RFMP groups. Next slide, please. So this slide indicates information on the schedule leading to adoption. The board's hosted a total of 3 workshops that began in July. The goal of the workshops was to address comments received through the board's public forum process. Comments received on the 2022 CVFPB update public draft provide the board with information for considering revisions to the plan for preparation of the revised plan. The first workshop on July 15th focused on comments received on the conservation strategy as well as operation and maintenance. The second workshop on August 5th focused on comments received on funding and policy recommendations. And we did provide a brief introduction on the ongoing work of the call to action document. The final workshop on August 12th focused on climate change analysis in the 2022 update and comments received on the topic of climate change. This workshop had the most attendance of all our workshops, a testament to the importance of climate change and its impacts within the Central Valley. The Department of Water Resource team has, the Department of Water Resources Flood Plan team has collaborated with the board to present materials at these workshops and to address specific comments on the proposed responses. This helps to foster board discussion and recommendations on how comments should be addressed. And so I would like to thank all of those that participated in the workshops. The board's public forum process is an integral part of leading to the board's adoption of the plan. So in addition to workshops, the board staff as well as board members are working on a draft resolution. We would like to provide an informational briefing at the September board meeting on the proposed resolution. On October 14th, the plan will be posted. The revised plan will be posted for public review. This is required by California Water Code Section 9612D. And we are proposing the date for adoption be at the October 28th board meeting. Next slide, please. And these are the recommended pathways to adoption. This slide should also be familiar. So we want to indicate to the public how comments received will be addressed.
Actually, I used that oh, the people. You should.
This is Jane Dolan. If someone is not speaking, could you mute, please?
Thank you. So comments received are to be addressed through distinct pathways. Those are revisions to the draft 2022 CVFPB update. They could be addressed through the board's resolution of adoption. They could be addressed in the 2027 CVFPB update or future updates, as well as other state processes or other state plans that may be more suitable for comments received. And next slide, please. So next steps, I did indicate that we're no longer hosting any more workshops. That has concluded. So DWR and board staff are working on revisions to the plan based on public comments and direction from the board. DWR executive as well as flood board executive are working on the call to action document. This is a joint document that will support priority actions for the $25 to $30 billion in need for local, state, and federal investments over the next 30 years for Central Valley flood management. We will be working on final editing. So this includes ensuring that the plan is ADA compliant for posting on websites. And we will also be posting the revised plan 2 weeks prior to the board adoption. In addition, we are working on a comment log that will be provided with the final adoption package. So the public will be able to review comments received on the plan, as well as how those comments were addressed in a document that will be posted. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll just open it up for any questions or discussion. Thank you.
This is President Dolan. Thank you for that. Perhaps we should call these the process of the plan update and the work to get to adoption. So thank you for your comprehensive nature of what is going on now that the workshops and the input is before us. Do board members have comments or questions on Ms. Darling's presentation? They're hungry. Anyone in the room? Anyone of our virtual participants? Did you say all raised? I said no hands. I thought he said all hands raised. I was like, yeah, that was great. Thank you very much. As I said, we're going to take 30 minutes right now for a lunch break, then we'll reconvene for an interesting afternoon continuation. Thank you.
discuss the cease and desist order in greater detail. Staff is here today to request that the board affirm the July 21st, 2022 cease and desist order issued to the respondents, Stephen and Don May. This cease and desist order was issued for violations identified in April 12, 2022 notice of violation. These violations are located along the waterside crown, slope, and berm of the South Putah Creek Federal Levee in Solano County. This cease and desist order requires that the respondents complete the corrective actions identified in the April 2022 notice of violation within 30 days to avoid further penalties. There are a few procedural issues I wanted to address. So if we could pull up the PowerPoint slide and go to slide 2. Next one. So after the issuance of a cease and desist order, the Water Code provides that the board shall schedule a public meeting, which would give the respondents an opportunity to address the board. Now, at this board meeting, the board may affirm, amend, modify, stay, or rescind the cease and desist order. This meeting is not evidentiary. Now, while the respondents are not required to attend, they may attend and present evidence to the board or otherwise contest the CDO. The respondents have been provided proper notice of the cease and desist order as well as a scheduled board meeting. While the respondents are not required to attend, I mentioned that. So yeah, so going on. So the respondents have indicated that they plan to attend and address the board, but if they do not, the board may approve the cease and desist order by default. So if after the meeting you affirm the cease and desist order and response failed to comply with it, board staff may come back for an evidentiary hearing for enforcement. Please let me know if you have any questions. If not, I'll hand over to Ms. Tu.
Thank you for that overview of the process. Any questions from board members? The only one for me is how to get rid of that feedback, but I have to turn off my mic, but sometimes I do have to speak. So thank you for that. The next person would be Ms. Tu.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and members of the board. My name is Jenny Tu, board staff for the enforcement section. Next slide, please. The reason I am here today is to request to the board to affirm the cease and desist order issued to Mr. Stephen and Mrs. Dawn May on July 21st, 2022. For waterside levee violations. Next slide, please. And now I would like to begin my factual presentation. This slide shows a vicinity map of where the waterside violations are located. The violations exist west of Highway 80, southwest of Davis, in Solano County, on the right bank of Putah Creek of the South Putah Creek Federal Levee, and on the respondent's property. Please also note that the local maintaining agency for this location is the Sacramento Maintenance Yard. Next slide, please. The federal levee at the respondent's property is the Putah Creek Right Bank Unit 2 levee system and is currently inactive. The United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Corps, inspected the system in 2012, producing a final inspection report dated May 22, 2013. Due to various deficiencies identified in their 2013 report, the system was deemed ineligible for PL 8499 rehabilitation assistance. The Corps re-inspected in March 2022 and has confirmed the waterside encroachments that is the subject of the CDO were noted. The report is currently being drafted and once finalized will be presented to the board at a public meeting. Next slide, please. Shown in this map are the locations of 4 waterside encroachment violations subject to the CDO. They exist northeast of the South Putah Creek Federal Levee, stretching from levee miles 6.52 to 6.71. The numbers 1 through 4 in the image shown in red boxes are the numbers that staff assigned to the violations and will be described further in the following table. Next slide, please. This is a summary table of the 4 violations mentioned in the previous slide. Violation 1 is for unauthorized bamboo along the waterside levee crown, slope, and berm. This encroachment violates Section 6A, the need for a permit, and Section 131 for vegetation of Title 23. Violation 2 is for unauthorized agricultural equipment, supplies, metal, debris along the waterside levee crown, slope, and berm. These encroachments violate Section 6A, the need for a permit, Section 131 for vegetation, and Section 137 for miscellaneous encroachments speaking to vegetation growing in dense form and preventing visual inspection of the levee. Violation 3 is for the placement of 2 unauthorized greenhouse structures on the waterside levee berm, unanchored and not flood-proofed. This encroachment violates Section 6A, need for a permit, and Section 113, structures. Lastly, violation 4 is for temporary gasoline-powered pumps and hoses on waterside levee berm for channel used for extracting water from the Puta Creek Channel. This encroachment violates Section 6A, need for a permit, Section 123 for pipelines, and Section 137 for miscellaneous encroachments speaking to tanks and the storage of material on the levee. Next slide, please. This map is a closer view, aerial image of the respondent's property with the existing waterside violations. The South Puta Creek federal levee is marked as the yellow line, and the violations are enclosed in the red lines where the 2 greenhouses and vegetation violations are visible. The 4 violations will be shown in photographic detail in the following slides. Next slide, please. Photo 1, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows the first violation for unauthorized bamboo plants along the waterside levee crown, slope, and berm. Next slide, please. Photo 2, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows violation 2 for unauthorized agricultural equipment, supplies, and metal debris along the waterside levee crown, slope, and berm. Next slide, please. Photo 3, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows violation 3, one of 2 unauthorized. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And photo 4, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows unauthorized temporary gasoline-powered pumps and hoses on the waterside levee berm used for extracting water from the Puta Creek Channel. Next slide. Photo 5, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows violations 1 through 4, taken from the levee crown, showing one of the 2 greenhouse structures on the waterside berm and stretches of bamboo and agricultural supplies along the edge of the levee crown. Next slide, please. Photo 6, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows violations 1, 2, and 4, taken from the levee crown, showing additional bamboo and agricultural supplies along the crown, waterside slope, and waterside berm. Next slide, please. Lastly, photo 7, taken by board staff on April 16th, 2021, shows violations 1, 2, and 4, taken from the waterside berm, showing additional bamboo, agricultural supplies, and pumps and hoses along various locations of the waterside slope and waterside berm. Next slide, please. In the 2022 CDO, the respondents were instructed to comply with the following. For violations number 1, 2, and 4, remove unpermitted encroachments, debris, material, and vegetation on the waterside levee crown, slopes, and berm within the South Fork Puta Creek floodway. For violation number 3, the respondents were instructed to submit a compliance plan and schedule that complies with the board's regulations for the removal of the 2 unauthorized greenhouse structures on the waterside berm. Next slide, please. Now, before I go into the background of this case, I'm going to provide some history the board has with the respondent with another related case. There is an outstanding unresolved notice of violation issued in 2013 under enforcement case number 2013-557 to the respondents for other violations on the levee and landside slope. In response to the 2013 NOV, respondents disputed the board's regulatory authority to regulate the levee crossing their property. This NOV remains unresolved, pending a property boundary survey to delineate the extent of the board's easement on the land side of the levee, to confirm which encroachments fall within the easement. In addition, these encroachments captured in the 2013 NOV for case 557 were identified in the 2013 core inspection report. It is important to provide the history, but for clarity, the CDO before the board are for new violations separate from the 2013 NOV. These waterside violations are clearly within the board's jurisdictions, as well as will be explained, and therefore a survey is not necessary to take action upon the CDO. And I am now going to provide background to this enforcement case 15450 for waterside violations. Also note that all letters between respondents and staff that will be referenced can be found in the staff report under Exhibit A. On December 12th, 2018, DWR referred the violations previously described to board staff for possible enforcement action due to DWR staff lack of access to inspect the levee and waterside berm. On February 5th, 2019, DWR informed board staff that respondents had been cutting off DWR locks on levee gates and replacing them with private locks. On March 30th, 2022, board staff sent a letter to respondents to coordinate a site visit. Next slide, please. On April 9th, 2021, board staff received a letter from the respondent which disputed the board's easement and denied property access for site visits or inspection access to any board staff or any agency personnel. On April 16th, 2021, board staff conducted a site visit to respondent's property accompanied by a peace officer from the California Highway Patrol. Staff also noticed that none of the violations cited in the 2013 NOV had been corrected. On April 12th, 2022, the board issued NOV, notice of violation, to the respondents for waterside violations. On May 10th, 2022, board staff received an unclaimed copy of the NOV that was sent via US certified mail. However, on May 12th, 2022, respondent sent an email with a copy of the response of his letter to the NOV, once again disputing the board's easement, stating, "There is no legal levee easement for my property." As such, board staff obtained a copy of the recorded easement from Solano County Recorder's Office, matching and confirming the board's easement was properly recorded. Next slide, please. On June 13th, 2022, board staff sent another letter to the respondent with a copy of the easement obtained from the County Recorder's Office and urged the respondent to comply with the NOV to avoid further enforcement. The respondent replied via letter dated July 5th, 2022, once again stating, "There is no valid legal levee easement for my property." Due to the lack of compliance to address the corrective actions identified in the NOV, the CDO was issued to the respondents on July 21st, 2022. On August 15th, 2022, board staff received a letter from the respondent's attorney requesting a 60-day continuance of the CDO meeting to provide time for a property survey to be performed at the respondent's cost, to identify the board's easement on the respondent's property, and committing to removal of the encroachments if the survey confirmed the board's easement. Discussing further the communication on August 15th, 2022, board staff is appreciative to see the respondent's willingness to conduct a survey. However, staff is confident that existing documentation, as will be explained in further slides, supports staff's recommendation, and the CDO as issued remains appropriate. Next slide, please. And staff has made the following analysis. The Puget Creek Right Bank federal levy was adopted by the board on April 18, 1951. The federal levy bifurcates the northern portion of the respondent's property. Per Title 23, 6A, Section 6A, a board permit is required prior to commencement of any work that includes the placement, construction, reconstruction, removal, or abandonment of any landscaping, building, structure, obstruction, encroachment, or works of any kind. Per Title 23, Section 4A, an adopted plan of flood control means a flood control or reclamation strategy for a specific area that has been adopted by the board or the legislature and includes the following. In the case of project channels with levees, it means the area between and including the project levees, and includes additional area outside of the project levees where encroachments could affect the integrity, functioning, or maintenance of the works, generally 10 feet landward of the levee toe. The exhibit to the right shows the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District easements that are on the respondent's property, which covers the levee, waterside berm, and channel shown in the red hatched area. Next slide, please. The board, through the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District, SSJDD, acquired an easement recorded on Book 541, page 74 of Solano County Official Records, Deed 1372. The respondent's property is identified as Parcel A, the levee, and Parcel H, the waterside berm and/or channel. Staff obtained deed copy from the County Recorder's Office, which can be found under Attachment C of the staff report confirming deed was properly recorded. Animation, please. A 2013 title report for the respondent's property confirms reservation for the board's easement. Next slide, please. Meeting our water code, this slide will detail the proof of service. On July 21st, 2022, the CDO was issued to the respondents via U.S. mail and U.S. certified mail. Staff also hand-delivered and posted the CDO to the front door of the respondent's resident on July 27th, 2022, meeting the 30-day notification requirement between the CDO issuance date and the scheduled board meeting on August 26, 2022. Next slide, please. And board staff has prepared the following CEQA determination. The board, acting as the CEQA lead agency, has determined the enforcement action is categorically exempt in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15321, under class 21A, actions of regulatory agencies to enforce standards. Next slide, please. And in closing, the respondent's violations are located on the federal levee and floodway and thus subject to board's regulations. The respondents continue to disregard compliance with any of the board's standards by failing to comply with the CDO corrective actions and preventing DWR personnel from performing regular operations and maintenance of the levee. Again, board staff is appreciative of the respondents' most recent communication indicating their willingness to comply depending on the findings of a property survey. If the property survey is completed and includes topography and identification of all encroachments within 10 feet of the levee toes. This would aid in the resolution of the 2013 NOV. However, staff is confident that existing documentation as explained supports staff's recommendation without the need of a property survey. And board staff respectfully requests and recommend that the board affirm the CDO issued to two respondents, Mr. Stephen and Mrs. Dawn May, on July 21st, 2022, for enforcement case number 2022-15450. Next slide, please. And I thank you for your time, and this concludes my presentation, and I can open this time up for questions.
Thank you for the thoroughness of that. We had received quite a bit of staff report on this, so thank you for summarizing it for this meeting. Board members, do you have any questions for clarification? It's not our time for discussion. All right. Just so everyone here knows, and I probably should have said this, so it looks like nothing at this point. So next up will be the local maintaining area representative, then the Army Corps of Engineer and other government stakeholders if they're here and wish to talk, and then the respondent, and then the board does its deliberation and decision or not. I'm the one with the feedback. Sorry for that. Is Mr. Casey Lund doing this virtually? All right, it is time for Mr. Casey Lund, who is with the Division of Flood Management of the Department of Water Resources and is superintendent at the Sacramento Maintenance Yard, which is the responsible agency for maintenance and oversight of this levee system. Mr. Lund.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Barely. Can you?
Barely.
Yeah. If you can increase your volume or speak more closely to whatever your microphone is, that would be helpful.
Sure. Can you hear me better?
Better. Good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, President Dolan and the members of the board. So I'm Casey Lund. So I'm representing the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch, and I'm the superintendent for the Sacramento Maintenance Yard. And part of those responsibilities include Pewter Creek, levees and channels. So over the last 10 years, this property has increased their encroachment violations to the water code. These violations affect both the levee prism and channel conveyance. The current notice of violation and the COD involves the waterside violations. The encroachments listed, they prevent all completion of required levee maintenance along this property and the upstream properties. With Mr. May's violation in place, the levee crown width has decreased by 10 feet, which restricts maintenance equipment from accessing his property as well as the properties past. This total disregard to our flood protection infrastructure will impact flood fighting efforts in a high water event if it was to occur. Without the ability to address flood emergencies, loss of property and or life may occur. The department had to work with an adjacent property owner just recently to gain temporary access so critical maintenance could be completed upstream from Mr. May's property. The Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch is in full support of this CDO, and we want to be able to continue to do our maintenance and meet our legal obligations to this area. Over.
That over was, you were over?
That is correct. Yes, I'm done.
Yes, thank you. President Dolan again. Is Mr. Gonzalez from the Army Corps here or online? He's online.
President Dolan, I'm online. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Great. So I will just kind of affirm that what Ms. Tu said. We've seen these encroachments in 2013, and then in our most recent 2021 inspection, which is, as she mentioned, is draft. Currently, those encroachments are identified to be unacceptable. I just want to express that we did, from the Corps' perspective, have issues accessing all of the levee slopes and within the water side of the levee. And then also we did identify the landside encroachments, as was noted in previous inspections. And so all of those encroachments, both landside, waterside, are currently unacceptable and will show up again on this next report that's coming out here in the next few months. I don't know if you guys have questions for me, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you got any.
President Dolan again. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for that. Do board members have any questions for clarification of the presenters? They're shaking their heads. So I will then ask, are there others from any agency related to this that wanted to offer comments? Mark List has his hand raised. He's attending virtually. Mr. List, do you have a comment at this point?
Just a comment. So Mark List, DWR Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch, worked with Casey Lund to ensure technical aspects of our work get done. Just to reaffirm what Casey had already laid out, but and what board staff had noted during the presentation, this particular system is currently inactive in PL 8499. That is not a condition DWR as the maintainer wants to continue with. However, with major issues with access and the ability to operate and maintain appropriately, it's not prudent for us to seek a LOI SWIFT until we get some resolution to this process and can reasonably state we will be able to maintain the system through the board to the Corps for an LOI SWIFT to ensure, again, if flood damage happens during a high water event that is federally declared as a disaster for this particular area, we would be able to utilize federal investment in rehabilitation after the fact. So very important CDO for the board to consider. And as the board is aware, encroachments are a major issue for our compliance with the federal regulations and requirements. Over.
Thank you for that. Now I know what over is. I also know what 10-4 is. I also know what I'm done is. Thank you, Mr. List. Any clarification of what he said? Let me ask again if there's anyone with federal or state agency that wanted to offer any remarks at this point. If not, we'll proceed to the respondent. I don't see anyone in the room. Do you see any more hands raised? No more hands raised. All right. I understand Mr. Stephen May is present. This will be your time. You want to come to the podium to give us your input and your presentation. While you come forward, I'm going to ask you if you have an attorney with you who also wish to speak. Okay, this is you. This is your time, sir.
I do have an attorney. Good morning. Obviously, for obvious reasons, I'm quite nervous. But first off, good afternoon to the board. My respect to the whole process, and I'd like to say,
Mr. May,
yes,
don't be nervous. We're going to give you the time that you need, but I want you to raise the microphone so that we can hear you better.
Sure, it should be a little better.
It is. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Skip Stephen May, or Stephen May, commonly known, and I am the property owner of this process that's in place right now, called the DWR, the Central Valley Flood Protection Notice of Violation. Anyway, I am represented by an attorney, Joseph Canning. Right now, he's in a different courtroom, so he's unable to to attend this meeting, but he's advised me some things that I need to say here, and that he will participate in future events as they unfold here. A little bit of history on this is that I am the property owner. My wife is obviously a property owner too. We are longtime residents. We respect this process, so we want to try and address it the most efficient way we can. Just a small bit of history, the property ownership chain, the previous owner who I bought the property from, which is the Olmo family, had the property even before the levee was constructed. So I'll get into that a little later on, but that's an important point that I want to make the board aware of. My attorney has advised me right now, I need to say that for the record, I formally contest and dispute the cease and desist order. And I have what I hope is a practical solution for everybody on this. I've stated many times in about the year 2010 to 2012, the DWR suddenly showed up out of magic nowhere and started wanting to do maintenance on the levee. They had been essentially non-existent or absent as far as I know before that. I had not seen them much, and I heard of no previous history of them. So they apparently became aware of the fact that they had been neglecting the maintenance on this piece of land and decided that they needed to come in with a vengeance. So the first thing I came home to one day was them cutting down trees that they should not have been cutting down. And doing a lot of work that was totally without, it was a little excessive for me. And that's when I told them, I said, hey, we need to back up here and get a game plan going. And I don't think, I told them, I said, I went and looked and I don't see a cease and desist order, excuse me, I don't see an easement or a right of way for you folks to do this. I please need a copy of this. And I asked them for a copy of the right of way and, or a cease, excuse me, an easement. In the meantime, I did work out a situation where I had the DWR, I allowed them to come on the property and I allowed them to do maintenance on the levee. I'm all about anybody who wants to mow my grass for free, which is they were happy to do, and I was happy to have them in there. I had a nice working relationship with the DWR for a while. And then as things progressed, it got a little more draconian. But I had them coming in and cutting down legacy trees that they should not have been cutting down, trimming, and they took out a tree. I'm very close to, my wife and I do wildlife rescue. We're very close to a raptor center. We are supporting the endangered hawks in the area, endangered owls. We have wildlife going on. And the thing that really set me off about this was that it came in and cut down some of the nesting trees that the red-tailed hawks were in. And now you can't see it, but if you go back and look at a Google Earth map from, let's say, 2009, 2008, you'll see some of the trees that are viable trees that are totally gone now. And I have had to make other accommodations. I do have, a lot of wildlife there that I want to support. I was also trying to work with the DWR because they came in and sprayed chemicals, which ruins my organic certification. They spray chemicals on the road to mitigate the seeds and all that instead of mowing the grass and to try and get the weeds down. So I've got problems with trying to maintain bees and organic certification because of that. I don't get any offers of any solutions from the DWR. I always get a lot of, we're going to cite you. And in the meantime, throughout this whole period of time, I kept asking them for copies of easements. What I ended up getting throughout the years is I think I've had at least 5 different copies of 5 different total easements. One of them was for a neighbor's property. There's not even an adjacent property. It was quite a distance away. I've had 2 or 3. The most recent one, the 1372 that they claim is the one they pulled from Solano County, I've got 2 or 3 versions of that from them. And what happens is that I'm not able to verify any of those easements, those provided easements as being valid or applicable towards my property. So here is what we call the standoff. The standoff is that these easements are, I'm unable to verify them. I'm not qualified to verify them myself. And I was trying to work with this Central Valley Flood Protection Board, these people here and the DWR, how about let's get this surveyed and done? Well, they're more draconian than I want, and they said they weren't going to do it. So I have hired an official land surveying company. And some of the information that's on page 8 of what I have as my cease and desist order is drawn out to me. Look, I'm very unreceptive to all of this. So I have already paid for and am in process for a land survey to be completed and mapped and provided to and recorded at Solano County. My position is that I believe this easement will support my case. I can clearly see, and it's not for me to point it out to other people, I'm gonna let the legal people do this, but I can clearly see where the defect in this easement is. So if the surveyor comes back with that and I have to accommodate any agency that has an easement on the levee, I'm willing to do that. I'm very amenable. The superintendent of the DWR, Casey Lund, who's online, will tell you that I was accommodating them for quite a few years. And then when we had other issues arrive, I just told them, I said, look, you're going to have to contact me and let me know when you're going to be on the levee, because I have situations there. I have 2 Bengal tigers, and if they're out, there's going to be a little bit of excitement there. And then I also had a wild bobcat there, and then I have wild animals there, and it's mostly my concern for safety and to not let these people get hurt, and to accommodate the situation where we're trying to do this animal rescue type situation. So I'm a nice guy. I really am. I know a lot of the DWR people. I'm friends with them. I don't have any problem with them at all. I just want to try and control the situation a little bit. On page 7 or 8 of this thing that I have here, let me make just a few comments here. There's a lot of response on page 7 of 15 of this item 10D that I have, where they emphasize, the folks here emphasize the fact, deny access to my property, inspection access and everything. I'm mostly interested in the fact that these visits are controlled for safety, and I would like advance notice, because I got to put things away. When I say put things away, I got to have animals put away. I got to have, if I got farm equipment out, I got a tractor sitting on top of the levee as I'm moving it back and forth up and down the property. I just want to, and I don't deny them access. I said I'd like to get some appointment. I'd like to get a little bit of notification. And then if it's possible, I'd like to be there if it's something going to be a serious inspection. But I don't have a problem with it. I didn't have a problem with the DWR coming and doing the lawn maintenance. As I mentioned before, I became good friends with a lot of them. So a lot of the stuff that's on page 715 of this thing is pretty much made to look horrible, but it's missing by omission. In the March 30th letter, I said, I deny property access for site visits or inspection. And I don't know if it's missing, but I just want this matter, until this matter is resolved. And the resolution for this matter to me is that I've already paid, it's prepaid and done. I've hired one of the best licensed survey people in the county, Solano County, Ty Hawkins, at a great expense to completely go through this, which hopefully should resolve this situation. Let me get back, excuse me just for a second. Let me get back to my page here and get off. So I mentioned already that I've already received 3 to 5 totally different copies of easements. These are recorded property easements from Solano County. And every time the DWR, I go, try again, and this spread out over what is now well over a decade, where I was getting these different easements sent to me by the mail. Occasionally I would have an inspection crew show up and they'd have an easement in their hand, and I go, it's not for my property. And it's quite obvious when it's not even, it's the child's property, which is down the way quite a ways. So I'm not close to this situation. What I am is I'd like some accuracy. So I asked for some accuracy, and I wasn't going to get any from them. So in the process of these conversations with Ms. Tu over the letters and all that, I said, look, I have already contracted for this service to be done. It is now in process as we speak. And this is before she issued or recommended the cease and desist order, which they issued regardless. I said, we should have an answer to this within a reasonable amount of time. My attorney, Joseph Canning, contacted Ms. Tu, believe it was by letter and by email, requesting, why don't we do a continuance on this, continue this meeting here for 60 days, and in 60 days, we'll have an answer. And in 60 days, and my position is that in 60 days, we'll know. I'm still willing to accommodate the DWR to come in and do this maintenance on this. I'm basically at the end of a levee, at the end of what is a dirt mound now. And the water level will never, ever get up to the property line. In the flood conditions that we have had before, example 2017, it's still 35, 40 feet below the top of the baseline of my property. But it's not applicable to this situation. I just wanted to mention it. So I've hired a survey person to get this done. I did mention this to the CPVE. I have responded to every letter that they've sent me. I don't want to do emails because that ends up getting lost in the paperwork. I have formally informed them that I will answer all all letters, and I have answered all letters. I try to be a nice guy. The problem is that things tend to be a little draconian in the way they act. That nobody has approached me for a conversation about this. Nobody's even asked me why I believe the levee easement is inappropriate. Nobody has asked me anything. It's always just the rules are this, and there's no exception to that, and here is your cease and desist order eventually. So that's kind of where I'm at. I just want to recap here. I've been a longtime friend with the DWR staff. I know the supervisor who's online right now. He knows me. And I have allowed the DWR in the past to come and do maintenance levy on the thing. What this encroachments are right now, the main thing is there is a person who I have no business relationship with. Other than the fact that I know this person, he has bamboo flower pots sitting on the levee. In the past, Mr. Lunn and other people from the DWR said, hey, he has to move, not me, because I had nothing to do with it. He has to move these flower pots off the levee. I told the bamboo guy, get the flower pots off the levee. They want to inspect it, and they did, and he does. In the pictures that we have here that we're showing these bamboo plants on there, they're all transitory. Every one of them is in a pot, and every one of them is, all those ones that were in the picture now are gone. They've been sold or sent off to nurseries or whatever this guy does with them. That's all gone. Those pumps that were in the picture, those were transitory. They're gone. They're completely gone. So what happens is there are other bamboo plants that are little plants this size right now on the top of the levee. If this thing goes to a situation where I have to allow the easement is a valid easement, I'll tell him to get I'll either accommodate the DWR in the summertime. He wants to put the flower pots on the top of the levee because they get the most sun up there. But if that's going to be a deal breaker for the DWR, I'll tell him to move the flower pots. I'll even help him. So I'm very cooperative about that. So I think what happens is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of what I call friendly dialogue back and forth. And I have had many of the DWR people as friends come by my place on the afterward and either go fishing in the creek or, they go hunting turkeys or whatever they want. I'm not into, I don't have these kind of issues. So I don't know if, let's see, I have to see if I go a few. I want to resolve this. Some of these things, these encroachments that are on here, I don't believe are valid encroachments, but they're easily mitigated. They're flower pots. The other thing I want to say is that Ty Hawkins, the land survey person in Vacaville, has been already contacted. I provided him all the DWR documents, all the CPVE, Central Valley Flood Protection Board documents, everything in paper and colored paper and in PDF form. And he has assured me that he can do it. And he's going to get back to me. Now, what happens is that my attorney advised that we request a continuance for this for 60 days so that can all be done. So what happens is that we're here now, and Ty Hawkins advised me 2 days ago that he's kind of, honestly, way behind schedule. So what I would like to request is that the simple resolution for this is that if I can get either what you might refer to as a continuance or a stay or to rescind this in the optimal situation, if we could rescind this cease and desist order and then revisit this either at the request of them or just schedule another date here, we'll come back in, and if it takes 2 months for Ty to get this thing resolved, sometime in October or in November, if we meet back here, we'll have an answer to all this, and hopefully we can all be happy. That's all I want to do, is just be happy about it. I don't have any specific agenda here. I'm not making money off of the bamboo. I don't even really have anything involved with it. It's just being a nice guy. And I will work with the enforcement people to mitigate any encroachments if there are invalid encroachments. But I believe that the easement that these folks are working with, or you folks are working with, is invalid for my property. And I have gone to great lengths to try and obtain, you can see in the evidence, there's a document from Solano County and it gives a description of that property. Well, the language that the surveys and the easement granting has in there is quite convoluted to read. So it's not something, so I hired the best land survey I could find. There's a map that was provided recently for the South San Joaquin. It's dated 1949. The easement signature right on the easement here, that map shows something for an easement, but the easement's in 1950. So we got a conflict there. And this is what I'm hoping the land survey, the map shows an easement in 1949, the recorded easement's in 1950, and that shows in the Solano County 1372 deed. So there's issues there. So I'm just hoping to get, all I want to do is get the real story out, and then we'll work with that. I don't know. Unless somebody else has an answer. The problem is nobody has approached me and asked me for an answer. It's always just been enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. So that's what I'm trying to work with.
Mr. May, I have a question. Do you have verification that you have actually retained the surveyor and that he has agreed to do the work? I understand you said that he's a little delayed, but have you actually retained him?
I can give you his phone number, and I can show you the text on my thing that he has received the packet of information, and I have sent to him that I have everything. He has everything. So the answer is I can either make a phone call, I can show you what I think is a text on my phone showing you that he has received everything and he's working on it. I mean, that's what I have.
He responded that he's received it and he is beginning to do the work.
Yeah.
Okay. That's on the record now.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, and I've already paid for the entire survey. It was, over almost $6,000 to get this process started.
Okay. All right. So you've said that, so
Okay.
we'll trust you for that. Okay. I just wondered if you were going to hire one or if you had. Thank you for the clarification. My microphone is not good.
I understand. I'm happy to answer. I'm happy to be I would welcome anybody who wants to come out and take a look around and see all you see flower pots, and I'm willing to work with that. I had been willing to work with it. I'd be willing to work with it, and even if it turns out in my favor where the easement's no good, if they want to come and mow grass and look at the levee, even though the levee at my point, let's just say informally for the levee comes up towards Pewter Creek and then literally stops just past my house. The claimed easement stops. But I claim that the deed or the easement for that is not valid. And that's I can make claims till the cows come home.
That's clearly understood that you do not think it's valid. I think that's, they can speak for everyone here. The staff report indicates that that's your state. No, you're doing fine. Have you finished what your list is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if our board members besides me have questions of the respondent. Member Countryman? This is like, maybe I need to be back. No.
I'm a little familiar with your area there, but I was concerned about the locks, that the DWR locks had been cut and replaced with private locks on the levee. Is that accurate?
The DWR locks, they have what they call a rotary turn style of locks on there. And I can say, I've never cut a DWR lock off. And as far as I know, everybody has a DWR key. I have, that special key because I live there. And the property owner before gave me one too. But I have a DWR key. I go through the lock anytime you want. And I have not prevented them.
Okay, I just wanted to verify. because there was an implication that you had done that, and I just wanted to
No,
get
and
on.
that's, I take great offense at that. I umbrage at that because they come up and said, you cut the locks off. I said, why cut the locks off?
Okay.
You know, if I want to stop DWR, I'll put a chain around the lock and all that.
Okay, so one other question. From what you've said and stated, that if your survey and your work shows that the easements are valid, you're willing to comply with the
Sure,
request?
absolutely. And I was willing to accommodate the DWR. When Casey Lung came by and said, we have those flower pots off of there, and I said, well, you got to provide me an easement, but I'll still do it. I told him, get the flower pots
Well,
off.
I appreciate your attitude, because reading the documentation, I kind of had a feeling you were
It looks bad, doesn't it?
not,
It looks
not
bad.
too cooperative.
No. I'm very happy with it. You know, please, you know, I have fruits and nuts and everything else, and I pass it out to the people like Candy that go, you know, the DWR and the other maintenance crews, the county crews and all that go through there. We have an exceptional amount of, excuse my language, have an exceptional amount of monkey business going on because it's Puda Creek and people think that the roadways are public and all that. So right now the county is busy clearing out 2 massive 50 people homeless camps that are literally from me to the street away from my property. And these people are constantly dumping trash and all that. So I have to separate out what are things like planted flower pots and all, easily moved, easily relocated. Don't have a problem with that. And I have been working with actually these Caltrans director who's in charge of the cleaning up the homeless camps on this side to try and get these stolen vehicles that are sitting in Puda Creek, just down under the freeway, out of there and get the homeless people out of there. It's an ongoing problem. And we get a lot of, excuse me, when I say monkey business, we get a lot of sabotage and people stealing things a lot, and they're hitting the gates and bending the gates. And I had an incident once where they stuffed the gate full of you know, stuff that you couldn't get into it. And you don't want to get into it now because it's got a hornet's nest in it. But
I understand. I would think your tigers would.
They're smaller tigers. Well, it's mostly I don't want them to get spooked and run away. I had a bobcat sleeping in my front yard. I tamed him down, and he just passed away after 22 years. But you know, and if the DWR people want to come by and visit, matter of fact, they were by a little while ago just doing the survey on the place next to it, and I said hi to him. Was very nice to him. Told him come by and visit. You know.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you came in to give us this information.
I'm very approachable. I need to say this before me. All I'm asking for is we can stay this cease and desist order for a period of time. I would like to request, you know, a little over 60 days. Like if we can reconvene in November, we'll have all these answers, or resend it. And if it works out, the results of the survey are going to be recorded at Solano County. I will present, or my lawyer or attorney will present to the protection board here. And if I'm totally need to comply with these encroachments, we'll start that. And that's not a problem. So, and if it becomes a problem, easily enough to restart this process. So what I'm looking for right now is a little bit of time.
I'm going to ask the board members if they think they have enough information from Mr. May, or you want him to say more. You have enough? We think we understand your position, sir.
Thank you. That's all. I'm just asking for a square deal. Yes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Would our staff like to respond? That would be Mr. Thyberg. Okay, Mr. Thyberg.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. May, for addressing the board and providing your input on this issue. I want to start out by stating that board staff take these cease and desist orders very seriously. These are part of the enforcement process, and many of these cases don't really arise at this level unless the board staff are unable to reach a resolution with the respondent to a notice of violation or even earlier communications. In this case here, communication to date has not been successful. The letters have not led to a meaningful dialogue, not giving board staff really any other option but to proceed down this path. And as we can see, some things could get lost in letters, and maybe an in-person or a phone conversation could have helped resolve and avoid this. But, this NOB was issued back in April 2022, and it's been many months. And as the board staff understand, the violations that are out there on the levee, going out and confirming if they're still there, as Mr. May has stated today, would be key to understand the current situation out there. But as we understand it, these violations are still there. And when it comes to issues such as bamboo, while it's good to hear that they're in pots, there's still a major issue as to the bamboo being able to germinate and have seeds go into the levee. And due to the bamboo's highly invasive nature, it wouldn't even be suitable to be on the levee area due to the possibility that seeds could get into the ground and soil and all that. And I'm glad to hear that Mr. May, acknowledge the willingness, if you were to agree with our regulatory authority, that to not have the bamboo. But it also goes into the issues of the board's regulatory authority. So there's several means that board staff have undertaken to sort of determine, the authority on these waterside violations. For one, these violations are an adopted plan of flood control. So with that regard to easements, you're already within the board's regulatory authority. Two, board staff have gone to the Solano County Recorder's Office and pulled the easements and provided them to Mr. May. And I understand what he said today about having received multiple copies from probably different people over the years, but the board staff have confirmed that there's an easement with the Recorder's Office. And after today's hearing meeting, we could definitely discuss that further, his position on it. But so far, his statements have been no valid legal easement. So it doesn't really give staff much to work with aside from just a blanket statement saying that doesn't apply, not valid. Looking forward to hearing from Mr. May or his attorney as to any legal arguments that it might be as to the validity of the easement. Also, we have a title report that also demonstrates the validity of the easement. Actually, there's a fourth reason that may overlap with this. DWR's geodeck unit had performed a survey and confirmed the existence of these easements. So the board's jurisdiction over this to staff is clear. Having an easement for these violations really wouldn't illuminate the situation. There could be some benefits to the 2013 notice of violation, which is beyond the scope of today's meeting, but staff, like Ms. Tu mentioned, is appreciative of Mr. May's willingness to engage and have a survey. But as to today's cease and desist order, it really wouldn't help us get a resolution, at least from the board staff's perspective. There are also other issues of concern regarding this request for a continuance. Well, it was an April 2022 notice of violation. So he's had since that time at least to engage a surveyor to find out more about this notice of violation. The board's known about the intent or the hiring of a surveyor since Mr. May's July 5th letter. So we haven't heard anything since then until the recent letter from his attorney. And we also have the issue of the actual impacts to maintaining the levee. We have the highly invasive bamboo, which, the seeds can get into the dirt. As you heard from Mr. Lund, you have the impacts to the crown and the blockage to be able to bring certain equipment onto the levee to perform maintenance. So in light of all these issues, and Mr. May raised, a lot of new issues today, and I won't be able to address them all, but I want to address some of the key ones. In light of all these issues, board staff recommend that the board act on the cease and desist order, because delaying this to allow for a survey would really only, from board staff's perspective, delay the abatement of the encroachments. Thank you.
Understood. Board members? Member Countryman?
Could you explain the different, we're affirming the cease and desist order. So there's an existing cease and desist order. What's the affirming? How does the affirming change the existing? Why is it necessary?
Sure. So under the water code, the executive officer for the board may issue a cease and desist order. And at least 30 days beyond the issuance of that order, the board will hold a hearing today and allow the respondent an opportunity to present evidence. Now, an important part of the water code is that the order is effective immediately. So upon issuance, it's effective. So upon July 21st, 2022, that was when the order was effective. And then today, the board may take action on the cease and desist order, including affirming, among other ones I'd mentioned in my opening remarks.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Countryman, when we were doing this, the impetus was really understanding that the flood board, one of our main duties is to ensure that inappropriate encroachments are abated. But we also wanted to give time for any landowner to talk to us. So it's extra thing. Switch mics, works. Thank you. Anyone else on the board? Any further comment from staff? I don't see that. Mr. May, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. And hopefully it's new. I do think we understand your position. I do. And I work with these folks, so I'm watching their faces.
I want to respond with a couple of things. First off, there's bamboo and flower pots over there. The gentleman that's doing the bamboo has a PhD in the field. The bamboo that's there is not a seeding bamboo, that's a running bamboo that's invasive to a levee. I've told that many times to the DWR people. It's usually clumping bamboo, it's usually on barriers, and it's well managed, and it's not a problem. If it was a problem, trust me, I'd know about it. So everything is in pots and nothing's seeding into the levee, and we're constantly on the watch for that. Second off, in regards to the timeliness of this all started in 2012, 2013, when I first started getting these notices of violation. And that's when I said, well, just present me with a valid easement, we'll work with that. So here we are coming up on 10 years later. And in August of this year, July or August of this year, they finally sent me the county recorded deed that they claim is the easement. We've been having correspondence. I've responded promptly, by U.S. mail to them, to every correspondence, and I will respond to them. I understand the responsibility of it. The fact that we're here now in August, and they just now, less than 20, 30 days ago, let's just say 30 days ago as an example, gave me the copy of this deed that they claim is the actual deed, then I have to act on it, and I acted on it promptly. The delay, what I'm trying to say with this is that the delays have not been my fault. I will respond, I have responded, so that's about it. And the invasiveness, excuse me, one last thing, just to reiterate, the invasiveness of the bamboo is not a problem. If I put daisies in a flower pot, they're the same thing. It's that. And the gentleman that's doing all that is an authority on the subject, so.
Okay, we heard that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be just nervous.
You're fine. Thank you. It's just that we only need to hear it once. There always is an opportunity for anyone else who wishes to give comment on this issue to the board. So let me ask if there's anyone else before I turn to board deliberation. I see no one standing or raising their hand here. No one has raised hand. So this will end input, presentations, and comment, and I'll turn to my board for what they want to do. I think it's clear what we know, what our staff wants to do. We have the authority to amend, affirm, well, we have the authority to affirm or amend or affirm and stay or rescind. Does require a motion saying one of those things. The president does not make the motion.
Want to go, Joe?
Who wants, okay, I'm hearing two.
I just have a
Member Countryman?
question.
Yes.
If we affirm and Mr. May goes ahead and has his surveyor determine, where the property, and for some reason, I don't believe it's the case, but if for some reason he finds that it's not valid for this area, there's nothing, we could stop it at that point, right? And say, and revisit the issue of, is it, valid property? We're not foreclosing that by affirming this today.
Sometimes I think I have a law degree, but I know that I really don't, but I do have a government experience. Let me try that as the president. If we were to affirm it, and then in the future, we were to receive information that we felt was valid to rescind it, at that point, we could rescind it.
We're not foreclosing Mr. May's action with his surveyor at all by doing this.
If we were to affirm it, it would be based on the finding of the staff report that sufficient evidence or information, it's not evidence at this point, information has been presented for us to do that. The next step, this enforcement process is not quick, not simple, and allows for landowners to give us input. The first is the notice of violation. If no response, it's the cease and desist order. And then an opportunity to speak to us, which is today. If no action at a certain point, and no one ever does it very quickly, right? It becomes an enforcement hearing, and that becomes a pretty big deal here with evidence and swearing in and not opinions. So this is step one. Step two, NOV, CDO, hearing. Or NOV, take care of it. Or CDO, take care of it. Or enforcement, you better.
May I?
Yes, Board Member Ramirez.
Unless you had a question, Secretary Johnson. Thank you. And I wanted to thank our staff for the thorough report and presentation. I think it was said by many folks, it doesn't get this far unless there's a reason, and I think it allows people to do their homework, and our staff are very good at that. And so I want to recognize their thorough and thoughtful effort and presentation. I'm also grateful for Mr. May, your attendance. Always helps to hear from the people that are there. The schedule and the calendar sound familiar. It's not by coincidence the dates you mentioned. And you're right, there was a lot more attention on this in the last 10 years. And I think that's for good reason. And I'm optimistic based on what you said that this could be quickly resolved with your help and the survey. That said, I don't see a reason that we shouldn't support the staff recommendation, so we can continue to do that. So I would move to support the staff recommendation and to affirm.
I have a second.
I will restate that and hope that you agree that the motion is to affirm the staff recommendation. We don't need to support and affirm. But that's what it means. All right, motion by Ramirez, second by Countryman, to affirm staff's recommendation. Any more comments or questions from the board only?
Yeah, no, I'll make my comment now. Yeah, this mic works better.
Yes.
Thank you, President Dolan. Also wanted to thank you for coming. I'm going to vote to affirm the CDO because I believe that the material that we provided supports it. Also note, as Joe did, that there's time to adapt and to get to the bottom of the facts, even with this being in place. Joe, I'll note there are also other reasons why the encroachments would require permits aside from the easement. And finally, I think that the conversation today has been hopefully beneficial, just sharing some information back and forth and perspectives. And it seems to me that there may be, it may turn out that if you can all get together and be there on site and work through the issues, that things can be resolved in a way that works for everybody. I hear you saying that that's what you want, and that's certainly what we would want. And so I would encourage everybody to try to do that, and possibly, hopefully work things out in a way that just makes sense to everybody, given the facts on the ground, and doesn't require a whole lot of lawyering or process through us. Thank you.
And you are a lawyer, right? Are you ready for a vote? I'll go ahead and call the roll. Board Member Ramirez?
Aye.
Board Member Greco is absent today. Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Vines?
Aye.
And the president is yes. The motion carries unanimous by the members present. So that's 5, 1 absent, 1 vacancy. Thank you all. Part of me wants to take a break. The other part of me knows we have a board member that needs to catch a train. So take a breath. We're moving on. We're at item 10C, Folsom Dam Raise Modification Project. This is an action item to consider a resolution. So you're on, speaking at 90 RPM.
Thank you, President Dolan. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Vines, and members of the board. My name is Angela Nguyen-Tan, and I'm board environmental staff. I'm here to present a brief overview and project background for the Folsom Dam Raise Modifications Project, referred to as the Folsom Dam Raise Project. As you recall, you were provided with an informal briefing at the June 24th board meeting. Next slide, please. Multiple agencies support this project design and construction efforts for the Folsom Dam Raise project. The Army Corps is the federal sponsor for the project, leading the design and construction efforts, as well as funding. The non-federal sponsors include the board and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. The Department of Water Resources Flood Projects Branch has been providing project support and funding. Next slide, please. Today, I'll provide a brief project overview and background for the project, a CEQA update, including significant and unavoidable impacts that were identified, the public comments received and how those have been addressed, the status of federal and state environmental review, and finally, I will request an action from the board to certify the environmental document and approve the project. Next slide, please. Folsom Dam Raise project is located within Sacramento, Placer, and El Dorado counties in California, downstream from the confluence of the North and South Forks of the American River. Next slide, please. The Folsom Dam Raise project includes new construction at Dike 3, a 3.5-foot concrete flood wall raise at Dike 1, Dikes 4 through 7, and the Mormon Island Auxiliary Dam, referred to as MIAD. On-site borrow and disposal will occur at MIAD West, and rock crushing operation will occur at MIAD East. Construction of a new Dike 3 includes a new embankment located 80 feet closer to Folsom Lake, a new access turnout connecting the south end of Dike 2 and the north end of the newly constructed Dike 3 to the existing road between the dikes. Construction of the 3.5-foot flood wall raise includes placing a concrete flood wall along the water side of Dikes 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and at the MIAD. Materials from previous construction will be used as the source of on-site borrow materials at MIAD West. Rock crushing operations at MIAD East will utilize a riprap stockpile located at the site. Smaller scale actions include, but are not limited to, planting oak trees for mitigation at various locations within the Folsom Lake State Recreation Area, temporary changes to recreation access, culvert replacement north of Dike 1, and staging areas for construction. Next slide, please. This is an overhead image of the proposed new Dike 3, including the limits of construction outlined in red. The existing center line is shown in white, and the new proposed center line is shown in blue. Next slide, please. Here's a diagram of a typical cross-section for the new Dike 3. The dike will be built 3.5 feet higher than the existing dike. Next slide, please. The image on the left shows the locations of dikes 1, 2, and 3, including the limits of construction outlined in red, staging in yellow, and the proposed haul routes in green. The right image shows the locations of dikes 4 through 6, as well as the access points. On both pictures, you can see the access points in the callouts. Next slide, please. This image depicts the locations of the concrete flood wall raise at Dike 7 and Myad, rock crushing operations, and the borrow and disposal areas. Also shown are the construction access points. Again, the red lines represent the limits of construction, the staging is in yellow, and the green lines represent construction haul routes. Next slide, please. The area referred to as Myad West is located between Folsom Point and Cummings Way. Myad West is an area that consists primarily of materials deposited from previous construction at the Folsom Lake area. It is proposed that material from Myad West will be used for various aspects of the project. The riprap stockpile located at Myad East, which is just east of Myad West, will be, the riprap stockpile is located just south of the western side of the Myad, and in the 2017 supplemental EIR stated that the Myad East riprap stockpile must be used in the project or the material must be hauled off-site before the completion of the project. Next slide, please. In 2007, the American River Watershed Project Post-Authorization Change Report, or PACR, was prepared by the Army Corps. Also in 2007, the Folsom Dam Safety, Flood Damage Reduction, Environmental Impact Statement, Environmental Impact Report was prepared jointly by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and as the federal lead agency and the board as the CEQA lead agency. The 2007 PACR and 2007 EIR recommended and authorized the construction of an auxiliary spillway at Folsom Dam, a 3.5-foot raise of dikes 1 through 8, the main dam, and Myad, as well as refinements to emergency and service spillway gates, referred to as tainter gates, and ecosystem restoration projects to be designed upon completion of the Folsom Dam raise. The 2007 EIR conducted a general evaluation of these features and their potential impacts based on the level of design available at the time. The 2007 EIR was certified under Board Resolution 2007-03 on July 20th, 2007. Next slide, please. Yes, ma'am. Further project design refinements led to the preparation of the 2017 Folsom Dam Raise Project Supplemental EIR, prepared jointly by the Army Corps as the federal lead agency and the board as the CEQA lead agency. The 2017 Supplemental EIR evaluated the design refinements to the main dam's tainter gates and related structural alterations to the main dam, an earthen raise of dikes 1 through 8 and the Myad, and construction of concrete flood walls at the left wing dam and right wing dam. The 2017 Supplemental EIR was certified under Board Resolution 2018-01 on April 27, 2018. After the 2017 Supplemental EIR was certified, the Army Corps determined that additional changes to the design were necessary, and the 2022 Supplemental EIR was prepared to fully disclose the most recent design refinements and their associated environmental effects. Next slide, please. The 2022 Folsom Dam Raise Project Supplemental EIR includes a series of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce the effects to lessen significant. However, there are still significant and unavoidable impacts that cannot be reduced to less than significant levels with mitigation. These impacts are consistent with the impacts described in the 2017 supplemental EIS/EIR. Next slide, please. The following resource areas are expected to incur temporary, significant, and unavoidable impacts due to construction. Number one, the project is expected to have temporary, significant, and unavoidable impacts to aesthetics and visual resources due to restricted public access to trails and scenic vistas within the Folsom Lake State Recreation Area, and temporary changes to scenic views due to the presence of construction equipment. Number two, noise from construction will result in temporary, significant, and unavoidable impacts. Third, traffic and circulation will experience temporary, significant, unavoidable impacts due to temporary road closures and increased traffic loads during construction. Finally, the temporary closure of recreational facilities during construction will result in temporary, significant, but unavoidable impacts. Next slide, please. The draft 2022 supplemental EIS/EIR was publicly circulated for review by federal, state, and local agencies, organizations, and members of the public. Additionally, a virtual public meeting was held to receive comments and update the public on the proposed action. Comments were received by one federal agency, the U.S. EPA, 3 local or regional agencies, including the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, Sacramento Municipal Utilities District, or SMUD, and the Sacramento Metro Air Quality Management District, as well as public citizens, including 2 individuals and 1 couple. Comments were mainly focused on the project's impacts to recreational resources, air quality, utilities, and public services, traffic, and biological resources. Responses to all comments received are included in Appendix E of the final supplemental EIS/EIR. Next slide, please. Board staff has prepared CEQA findings to describe the significant and unavoidable impacts, a statement of overriding considerations to describe why the benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts, and a mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP, to summarize the mitigation measures and what party is responsible for implementing them. Next slide, please. Board staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 2022-09 to certify the final supplemental EIS/EIR, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, and the MMRP, and approve the Folsom Dam Raise Modifications Project, and delegate authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. We have Al Honora and Kalia Schuster online virtually to answer any questions that you may have. They've been assisting us with project management on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members have questions? Who is it online again?
Oh, Kalia Schuster and Alsana Honora. Alsana is providing project management on the engineering side, and Kalia is the environmental lead in DWR.
Thank you for that. Then I would ask if either of you two wish to add to the comments that have been provided by Ms. Winton. Nice job, by the way.
No, she did an excellent job.
She did great. Nothing from me.
Well, those are pretty nice comments. Thank you to both of you. Is there anyone here in the audience who wishes to respond or ask questions or give input? I see no one raising your hand or standing. Any participants online? No hands up. We may be going quickly with this, but we had a workshop on it, and this is not a project in all of its iterations that, well, we don't know about 2007, because we weren't there, but the board has been. But certainly since 2011, all the complexities of this. So I had to look up though what MIAD is, Mormon Island something or other, auxiliary dam, all right? Whatever.
President Dolan?
Yes.
Can I just add, just very briefly?
Yes.
I think it is quick because of all of the work that's been done for so long by so many people. And a few of us were joking at lunch that sometimes with utilities and things that we construct, we build them and forget about them and don't do a very good job of keeping up with them. And I feel like this has been constantly reinventing itself on a regular basis, Folsom and the areas around it, and deservedly so. It gets a lot of attention, and it's been a very thorough job by many people and many agencies. And it's nice to have another milestone that they can keep going. So I don't want to minimize the short amount of time we took today to recognize all the hard work that's taken years to get done. And it was done very well. So thank you. And thanks to all the folks that worked on it.
An idea, a need, an effort, a plan, time, and action at each point that is necessary. It's not taking as long as Hamilton City. So it's actually warp speed. I don't want to repeat what staff is requesting of us. It is very clear in the staff report. It is 5 actions. I would just add, delegate the authority to the executive officer or appropriate staff. Just add those words. Is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation, which is adopting the resolution and all the findings?
I'll move to approve.
You're looking at, the president doesn't make motions. She calls for them.
That was the downside of you becoming president. You always took the initiative to make
I know
those
you used to do
motions.
that. You used a second. Now you have to make them. The motion to approve, Board Member Ramirez. Is there a second? Let's do it by the bookends here. Second by Countryman. I will call the roll. The motion is before us to adopt the staff recommendation. Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Member Grego is absent today. Member Countryman.
Aye.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Lyons.
Aye.
President Dolan is a yes. The motion is unanimous. The ones that are present, 5 yes, 1 is absent. We have a vacancy for a month. Thank you.
Joe, I thought maybe you just wanted that one.
I do too. All right, we're at item 10D. We're just moving right along here. Mr. Zalazo, I think the last time you were here, I made you talk too fast too. So guess what this afternoon is? This is permit number 19615, Mid-Valley Area Phase 3, levee reconstruction, right bank, Sacramento River, sites 910, Yolo County Service Area 6. Do we have the core letter yet? Or are we still doing this conditionally on that?
Conditional.
Okay, but we know it's coming. This is the time of year that they slow up with their signing.
Yes,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay? Volume is okay, great. Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Mike Salazzo. I'm a senior engineer in the board's flood system improvement branch. I'm here to present item 10D, which is a request to approve permit number 19615 for the Mid-Valley area, Phase 3 levee reconstruction project, Area 3, right bank, Sacramento River, sites 9 and 10. And that's a mouthful.
Say that 3 times fast.
I'll begin the presentation with the requested board action, then discuss the details behind the project, and conclude with staff's analysis with time for questions and comments. I would also like to note before we begin that the board heard an informational briefing on this item in June, and now staff is returning for an action item on it, which is approval of the permit. Next slide, please. Today's requested board action is to adopt resolution number 2022-17, which will adopt the board's CEQA findings as a responsible agency for the project and approve the draft permit in substantially the form provided in the staff report. Staff also requests the board to delegate to the executive officer or appropriate staff the authority to execute the permit upon receipt of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers letter of permission, which is expected in September, and that's pursuant to U.S. Code Title 33, Section 408. Next slide. Here are two figures that show the project vicinity. On the left, the figure shows the Sacramento River Flood Control Project levees, of which this project is a part of, in proximity to major cities, Sacramento, Woodland, Yuba City, Chico, along the Northern California Central Valley. On the right, the map shows the project sites 9 and 10 along the Sacramento River. Northeast of Woodland, you'll see I-5 moving across the screen left to right towards Sacramento. The sites are 2 miles downstream of Knights Landing in Yolo County, with the project levees maintained by CSA 6, the county service area, highlighted in red, and the Knights Landing Ridge Cut shown just to the south of the project sites. Next slide, please. Here is a more detailed figure of the sites and principal features of the project along the west levee right bank of the Sacramento River. The project will address through seepage to reduce the risk of erosion and levee failure by constructing soil bentonite cutoff walls at sites 9 and 10, totaling about 1,700 feet. Under seepage was not determined to be a problem at those sites. The project will also include staging areas to store materials and prepare the cutoff wall slurry. The levee embankment will also be covered with erosion control seating after it is reconstructed, following the cutoff wall placement. The project also requires the collection of soil data within the levee to inform the cutoff wall mix design, as well as backfilling the cutoff wall. This will be accomplished by drilling 12 borings and 8 cone penetration tests along the project footprint. Next slide. There we go. Shown here is a typical levee section. A cross section, the cutoff wall in the middle will range from about 19 to 22 feet below, measured below the working surface. The embankment will be degraded on the land side to construct the cutoff wall, but will not impact the water side. The levee will be reconstructed to the height of the 1957 Sacramento River Flood Control Project design water surface elevation plus 3 feet of freeboard. Next slide. A little bit of background before we get into the details and project analysis. And in response to severe flooding in 1986, the Army Corps began a comprehensive analysis of the system and the project levees within it to ensure that the levees can safely pass the 1957 Flood Control Project design flow. That evaluation was separated into 5 phases, with the Mid-Valley area evaluated in phase 3. So Mid-Valley area, phase 3, which consists of 240 miles of levees along the Sacramento, Feather, and Bear Rivers. Within phase 3, the Army Corps identified 30 levee reaches that required reconstruction and separated those sites into different construction contracts, with sites 9 through 13 within Area A. So now you get phase 3, Area A. So now we go to sites, just a note, sites 12A, 12A, and 13 were already completed by the Knights Landing Ridge Drainage District in 2014. Site 11 is currently under review by board staff. And now we're looking at sites 9 and 10, which are the subject of this permit. Next slide. I'm sorry, we'll stay here for a minute. Let's go back for a minute. There we go. So the next big bullet, the Army Corps completed the design in 1995 for those Area 3 sites and recommended shallow cutoff walls for sites 9 and 10. The Army Corps reviewed the design for sites 9 and 10 in 2012 in response to additional flooding in 1997, but did not change the design for those sites and prepared the final environmental assessment in 2013 with the finding of no significant impact.
Finally, the Army Corps, the board, and CSA 6 entered into project cooperation agreements in 2000. However, the agreement for between the board and the Army Corps lacked an in-kind credit contribution provision under Section 221 of the Flood Control Act 1970 to perform the project as a non-federal sponsor contribution to a federal project. So CSA 6 chose to seek permission through the Army Corps Section 4A process, and that's why we're here today. Next slide, please. Okay, a couple slides on the timeline when we when we started permitting the project. And that process began in June 2021 when the applicant brought the idea for the Sites 9 and 10 project to the board for consideration and discussion around the best path forward in planning the project. In September, the board approved the combined statement of no objection to satisfy the part of the Army Corps' requirement for a complete Section 4A request. And at that time, the design plans were at the 90% stage. And in November, we received the application and transmitted it to the Army Corps. In February of this year, the Safety Assurance Review, or SAR, panel closed its comments on its review of the project. Osceola County certified as lead agency under CEQA its final initial study mitigated negative declaration. And in June, as I mentioned, we presented an informational briefing here, and the Army Corps closed its technical comments. Next slide. Now, last month, the applicant and Army Corps district staff completed the final supplemental environmental assessment to make minor modifications to the original 2013 document. On the 28th, there was a briefing with the South Pacific Division in which staff and the district staff and the applicant presented the project to assist in their review. The division the South Pacific Division provided guidance to the district staff and the Army Corps in preparing the review package. And today, staff is requesting approval of the permit with the expectation that the letter of permission is received next month so that the project can be constructed over the fall and completed by March 23rd before funding through the state's Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Grant funding expires in June. Next slide. So a couple slides to review staff's analysis of the project documents. On the hydraulic side, the applicant did not provide a hydraulic analysis for review since the work would occur mainly on the crown and the land side, meaning that there would be no significant change to the water side embankment that could alter the hydraulics of the Sacramento River, and the Army Corps agrees with this assessment at the district level. So furthermore, the levee will be reconstructed to the 1957 Sacramento River Flood Control Project profile, elevation plus 3 feet of freeboard. The applicant provided the board with the Army Corps' 2012 final design documentation report that included geotechnical information, analyzed seepage stability and seismic performance of the existing levee. The proposed cutoff wall is consistent with the report's recommendation and follows Army Corps guidance for the design and construction of levees and complies with the board standards in Title 23 Waters Division 1. Staff reviewed this information and believes it represents the best available science for this levee reconstruction project. The project would not affect the state plan of flood control, nor would it result in adverse effects from future events. Next slide. Regarding compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, Yolo County determined in its, again, as lead agency, they determined in its ISMND initial study mitigated negative declaration that, and the notice of determination filed in February, that the project will not cause significant adverse effects to flood risk. Board staff has reviewed the documents and concurs with this assessment. There are no additional mitigation measures needed to be adopted as part of approving this permit within the board's responsibility under a responsible agency. Next slide. The project was reviewed by agencies other than the board. CSA 6, which is the LMA, endorsed the permit application without any conditions. The Army Corps provided technical and environmental comments and reviewed the comments from the Safety Assurance Review Panel that were incorporated into the design and environmental documents. The Army Corps and the applicant also consulted with Fish and Wildlife agencies, the State Office of Historic Preservation, and others through the CEQA process. And now, the Army Corps letter is not expected until September 2022 due to additional consultations with local tribes and review. But I believe the letter is and review package has been provided to the Army Corps South Pacific Division Commander for comment, and we should receive those comments back by September 2nd, around that time frame. Next slide. In conclusion, staff reviewed the project and associated documents, the comments, and other information, and recommends that the board adopt the resolution, which will adopt the board's CEQA findings and approve the draft permit in substantially the form provided in the staff report. Staff also requests the board to delegate to the executive officer or appropriate staff the authority to execute the permit upon receipt of the Army Corps' letter of permission pursuant to U.S. Code Title 33, Section 408, which is expected in September. That concludes today's presentation. I would like to thank Jamie Silva of our environmental staff for preparing the CEQA findings and assisting in the review of the project. I also want to thank MBK engineers and the Army Corps for making this project a priority and responding to the difficult task of shepherding this project through the permitting process on an expedited time frame. It cut about 3 months off of a project that could take 15 months through division approval. With that, I would like to open it up for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicely done. I want to compliment you on your location map. When you do the ones that have the aerial photo and the little yellow dot, whoever does that, hard to figure it out. But since I have an office full of maps, I can generally figure it out. But thank you for that. Board members, questions on this? Anyone in the audience want to add, question, give input? Are you all standing because you want to talk?
I think there was a chat somewhere.
Was there something in the chat?
Not that I checked the chat.
You see any hands?
There's no hands. There's no hands right now in the chat. The screen's making it hard for me to see what it says. Please note, for this current project, this is the same area for the early USACH inspection results. Is that what you wanted?
Was that from Megan or someone else? This project is a location of the inspection results that we saw today. I knew that.
That's the only chat I see.
Okay, thank you, Mr. List. Okay. I don't see anyone. That was that. We said it for the record. We have 2 actions to take. It can be one motion. One is to adopt the resolution, and the other is to conditionally approve the permit. It can be one motion. It's an and. I'm looking.
I'll move it.
Are we asleep?
I move to approve the resolution.
I know it's time for a nap, but we're not going to do that.
I'll second. I still want to go first again.
Next time it's going to be the ones closest to me. Motion by member Countryman, second by member Ramirez.
Did that work? You said there were 2 items though.
The motion is to adopt the resolution 2022-17 and to conditionally approve the permit as recommended by staff.
So we're going to do 2.
The resolution will.
The resolution approves the permit
So the second action may be to delegate the authority to the executive officer.
and delegate all right, the second action would be and to delegate the authority to the executive officer or appropriate staff.
That's correct.
Or me. Sorry. The way you put it was and. Okay, I will call the roll. Board member Ramirez?
Aye.
Member Grego is absent. Member Countryman?
Yeah, I didn't hear.
Member Countryman, you have a
Yes.
vote? Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Blinds?
Aye.
President Dolan says yes. The motion carries unanimous for those who are present to vote, with one absent and one vacancy just for one more month. Thank you. I'm ready to keep going unless you want a break.
Nope.
Okay, come on. This is 10E, as in easy.
That's correct.
Lower San Joaquin River Feasibility Cost Share Agreement, easy. We have a whole group here smiling. Cost share agreement and local feasibility cost share agreement. So we have one cost share is between the board, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the local entity, and then the other is between the local entity and the board. No, it's always very lengthy information there. So, Mr. Sinoski.
Thank you, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board. My name is Dustin Sinoski. I'm a board staff with the Flood System Improvement Branch. I'm here with Ryan Young from the Department of Water Resources Flood Projects Branch and Margaret Anguser from the Army Corps Civil Works Branch on an informational briefing for the feasibility cost share agreement and local feasibility cost share agreement for the Lower San Joaquin River, Lathrop and Manteca, California feasibility study. Next slide, please. All right, Ryan's going to go ahead and explain our project.
Thank you, Dustin. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Ryan Young, and
I wish it were morning.
Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. Good evening. Where are we at?
So do you? You wish we were that fast. We're not. Good afternoon.
Once again, my name is Ryan Young, and I am the Department of Water Resources Project Manager on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board for the Lower San Joaquin River, Lathrop and Manteca, California feasibility study. This project is a collaboration between the Army Corps of Engineers, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in coordination with the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. The feasibility cost share agreement will follow an Army Corps of Engineers model agreement and will be a three-party agreement between the Army Corps of Engineers, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Next slide, please. The local feasibility cost share agreement will be between the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Last week, the CVFPB Board of Directors authorized the Executive Director and General Counsel to execute the FCSA and LFCSA. And CVFPB will also be the lead CEQA agency. Next slide, please. The study will follow the Army Corps of Engineers 3x3x3 format, which is a 3-year study, $3 million, and 3 levels of review. It will follow the typical cost share for a study, which is 50% Army Corps of Engineers and 50% non-federal sponsors. The non-federal sponsors will then split the cost equally with 50% to the state and 50% to CVFPB. And now Margaret will walk you through the study's objectives.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Margaret Anguser. I am the project manager for the Army Corps of Engineers Sacramento District. As Mr. Young mentioned, this will be the Army Corps' 3x3x3 SMART study. It is a new feasibility study. It will be a follow-on study for the Phase 1 Lower San Joaquin River feasibility study that was finalized and approved in 2018. This follow-on study will focus on the area in the red circle on the map, south of Stockton, including Reclamation District 17. This new feasibility study will focus on the purposes and opportunities related to flood risk management and ecosystem restoration. I do want to mention RD 17 was removed from the original Phase 1 Lower San Joaquin River feasibility study due to concerns related to Executive Order 11988 concerning development in the floodplain. So that will be a focus of this new feasibility study. And a main objective for this feasibility study will be to obtain a 200 level year flood protection within the study area. I'll turn it back over to Ryan.
Thank you, Margaret. Once again, Ryan Young with DWR. Next slide, please. Here you can see the project timeline. The letter of intent was sent to the Army Corps of Engineers in December of 2017. Here we are in August presenting the informational briefing, and we'll be back again in September to recommend the signing of the agreements. If agreed upon, there will be a signing ceremony at the Army Corps District offices on September 30th, and the anticipated study completion date is October of 2025. Next slide, please. And at this point, we'd like to open up to any questions.
You did say anticipated date, but you're doing it by the 30-30-30, so, or 3-3-3, so it better be in 3 years. Correct. Okay.
You only get 3 questions, and you only get 3 seconds to ask it.
Just want to acknowledge that Mr. Chris Elias from the lower SAJAFCA is here. You don't have a minor role, so I'm glad you're here today. Why don't you stand with the group in case there's any questions? Board members, informational briefing on this. This will come back.
Can I just ask, because you came all this way, can we just say hi real quick? I'm going to ask a softball question. You can answer it. How about that? Just help me. I felt like saying that there'd be questions. My question was going to be, how come it took so long? But I know the answer to that question. Help me with the timeline. I've forgotten. At some point long ago, we did recon. Feasibility was done. This is an update of feasibility, right?
Yes.
Generally, can you just paint that picture a little more clearly for me?
Sure. Well, for the whole, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. President Dolan and members of the board, Chris Elias is my name. I'm with SAJAFCA, San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency. In response to your question, Board Member Ramirez, so back in early 2000, that was when we began the study to look at the entire corridor from Stockton Metro all the way to Manteca. Then in 2009, we entered into a cost-share agreement with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And at that point in time, the study really got some momentum. Then in 2017, thereabout, the area we're talking about today was taken out from the study. Okay, and then in order for us to be able to focus on the Stockton Metro area. So that project is currently ongoing. It was authorized by the Army Corps of Engineers, and by Congress, I mean, and it's been funded, went through, it came to this board for design agreement and then project partnership agreement in 2020. In fact, it was on September 30th, 2000 that we signed the PPA with the Connell. We had a signing ceremony as well. At the time, it was President Edgar that was here in charge of the board. And then after that kind of took its course, then we began then to work with SBK, with the district and the board and the WR to start looking at what we can then do to re-engage on the Mossdale portion, which is the one we're talking about today. So it's been a collaborative effort, with other partners. Essentially, it came down to having to essentially split up the 2 projects so we can focus on them one at a time. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was perfectly clear in my head. Thank you for refreshing my memory and going back in time a little bit further.
Sure.
Mr. Elias has the distinction of being the sole commenter at the first and second hearing on the plan update. It was the third workshop everybody wanted to attend, not the first and second. Thank you for being there. Any other questions of this fine group standing here? So people standing in the back, you don't want to talk. You're just standing in the back, right? Got it. Anyone online?
There's no chat.
Any chats? No hands raised, no chats. This is information. I was going to say, what do we do here? We thank you for this briefing and for being here and your patience to stay till the afternoon. Thanks very much. Nice job. The last of our business items where we need to be awake. 10F as in Frank, American River Watershed Common Features Water Resource Development Act of 2016 project, Sacramento River Erosion Contract Number 2. Jennifer Callis of Board Staff will be first up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. President Dolan, Vice President Belines, and members of the board. My name is Jen Callis, and I am board environmental staff. I am here today to introduce Alessia Siklari and Susie Real, DWR's Flood Projects Branch staff. And they will be providing a brief overview today of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 project. So Alessia will provide the overview, and Susie will be giving an update on the Supplemental Environmental Assessment Environmental Impact Report, for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I'd like to invite Alessia up to begin the presentation.
Hello, good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Villains, members of the board. My name is Alessia Siklari. I'm a water resource engineer with the Department of Water Resources in the Division of Flood Management, Flood Project Branch. And I'm here today with Susie Real, environmental scientist, to present this agenda item 10F. It's an informational briefing regarding the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 project, part of the American River Watershed Common Features Water Resources Development Act of 2016. Next slide, please. I will provide a brief background information overview of the American River Watershed Common Features 2016 and background and current status of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2. And after that, I will hand it over to Susie Real that will present the environmental background, CEQA update, and future board actions. Next slide, please. The partners involved in the ARCF 2016 projects are both federal and non-federal. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is leading the design and construction efforts. Among the non-federal partners, we have the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the Department of Water Resources, and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. The non-federal sponsors support the project by providing non-federal payments, in-kind support, and lands, easement, rights-of-ways, and relocation and disposals. For what regards the environmental impacts of the proposed project and mitigation, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is the lead agency for NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board is the lead agency for CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. The Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2, as I said, is part of the ARCF 2016 project. The purpose of the project is to reduce the risk of flooding to the greater Sacramento area. And this map here on this slide is a good geographical extent of the project. Working areas include the Sacramento River East Levee improvements, among which there's the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 object of this presentation. The American River Levee improvements, the Sacramento Weir and bypass widening, and the North Area Streams Levees improvement. As you can see on the legend on the right side of the image, in yellow, there's erosion improvements. In purple, seepage and stability improvements. And in green, height improvements. The map serves also as a floodplain depth map for the 200 years return period. And you can see in shades of blue, from light blue to dark red, depths that go from 0 to 13 feet deep. And with the red color, depth greater than 13 feet. And this is in the event that the levees of the system were not able to provide flood protection. Next slide, please.
Very good demonstration of need.
Yes, definitely needed. These slides provide a timeline of activities that the project has seen since beginning with the authorization in 1996. the federal funding for the study, the additional scope and funding of 1999, and the latest project authorization award 2016. The PPA, the Project Partnership Agreement, and the LPPA, the Local Project Partnership Agreements, were signed in 2019. Construction started in 2020, is expected to be completed in 2026, and project closeout is expected in 2035. As you can see in the last right column, there's access for all the roads. There's been board coordination with board staff throughout all these steps and activities, and there is going to continue to be coordination with the board as well as with USAID and SafeCom. Next slide, please. This again is a list of all the steps that all civil work projects goes through. And the slide is just to outline that in the Central Valley, we are working on different projects that are at different stages. For example, the Merced and Reclamation District 17 are at the moment at initiation stage. Woodland Project at design agreement stage, Subafka, ARCF 2016, Folsom Dam Race, the Thomas, Marysville, Sajafka, and West Sacramento are construction stage, and the South Sacramento Stream and Warda 96, 99, and the joint federal projects are at project closeout. Next slide, please. Here is a list of the authorized plan features for the year CF 2016. The plan, as it is defined in the General Reevaluation Report of 2016, includes up to 13 miles of cut-off walls, up to 21 miles of bank protection, up to 5 miles of levee stabilization, up to 5 miles of levee races, the widening of the Sacramento River, approximately 1,500 feet, and the widening of the Yolo bypass. Environmental mitigation, a replant of shaded riverine habitat, and with all these features, the plan reduces risk to over 500,000 people, 125,000 structures, and protects $62 billion in assets. Next slide, please. With this slide, we enter in the details of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2. This is part of a larger Sacramento River erosion projects. There are 4 contracts. Contract 1 has already construction ongoing. Contract 2 is going to see construction in 2023 and 24. Contract 3 is going to follow in 2025 and 26, and contract 4 is going to start construction in 2024 for a total of improvements of about 10 miles. The contract 2 is located along the Sacramento River, downstream of the confluence with the American River, all the way to Freeport, and 6 sites here in this image, they are identified with the red color, have been noted to be susceptible to erosion and so needed of erosion improvements. These are in particular near Miller Park, in the Little Pocket, and in the Pocket Green neighborhood. And so contract 2 will provide approximately 15,000 linear feet of bank protection and planting benches. Next slide, please. Major project design features for the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 include rock bank protection improvements, when possible, also the incorporating a riparian planting bench into the design, and the use of in-stream woody material. Here in the slide, the image on the top shows a section for a typical bank protection improvement. The rock bank protection is designed to protect the bank from erosion. Usually also a launchable rock toe is added to the design to provide resistance against the river bed scour. When possible, to provide environmental mitigation, Its riparian bench is incorporating into the design. You can see here in the image on the bottom, that's a typical improvement that incorporates this planting bench. It is, the planting bench is, it's made of a planting soil mix that will provide a surface that can support vegetation and will provide overhead cover and nearshore aquatic habitat during the low flow season for listed fish species and other local wildlife. Please, next slide. In this slide, there's also another project feature that is used, the in-stream building material that is used to provide slope stability and habitat benefit. And it is a requirement of the 2021 ARCF General Reevaluation Report, EIS, EIR, National Marine Fisheries Service Biological Opinion. The in-stream woody material allows for the replacement of in-stream cover for listed fish species that are impacted due to construction. The material consists of an entire tree with roots and canopies. The trees is placed into the quarry stone with the canopies that extend into the water and are oriented downstream in a downstream direction to mimic the natural orientation of trees along the river systems. This concludes my part of the presentation, the description of the project. I'll hand it to Susie Real for the next step, that is the focus on the environmental update. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Vlines, and members of the board. My name is Susie Real. I'm with the CEQA environmental team for the ARCF 2016 Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 project. First, I'll give a brief overview of the ARCF 2016 General Reevaluation Report, GRR, Final Environmental Impact Statement, Environmental Impact Report, EIS-EIR. The document was certified by the board in 2016 with an understanding that the additional CEQA analysis would be needed prior to construction. This document analyzed the environmental impacts of levee improvement work, which includes Sacramento River erosion work. Next slide, please. Now I'll discuss the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2 project and the environmental status of it. Next slide, please. DWR, in coordination with the board and Army Corps, have prepared a draft supplemental environmental assessment, environmental impact report, or an EA-EIR, to analyze Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2. The document analyzes construction of approximately 14,950 linear feet of bank protection and approximately 3 acres of planting benches. The document provides avoidance, minimization, mitigation measures to reduce many impacts to less than significant. However, there are still significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. I'd like to point out that the impacts are consistent with what was described in the ARCF 2016 GRR EIS-EIR. Next slide, please. The draft supplemental EA-EIR identified potentially significant and unavoidable impacts of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2, all of which are temporary due to construction activities. The first one is vegetation and wildlife. Tree canopy removal in the project area will create a loss of habitat for fish and local wildlife during construction. Where practical, trees will be retained in locations where bank protection and planting benches are constructed. The planting benches will be constructed as on-site mitigation for the trees and habitat loss during construction. It is important to note that the effects to vegetation and wildlife in the long term will be reduced to less than significant through on-site and off-site mitigation. The next is recreation. Construction will occur from the water side via barges. This will cause a temporary impact to boating traffic. However, boaters will still be able to move through the area. Signs will be posted to notify the public of any obstructions at entry points for trails and boat launch ramps at Miller Regional Park, Garcia Bend Park, and the Sacramento Marina. Construction will restrict access to some portions of Miller Park, However, the majority of the park will still be accessible to the public. The third is visual resources. The project will degrade the visual quality of the project area for residents and recreational users during construction. However, because construction is only anticipated to occur for 2 seasons, reduction in visual quality from construction activities will be short-term. None of the project activities will require permanent lighting, and no nighttime construction work is planned. The construction area will be equipped with security lighting, which may illuminate adjacent residences. However, the trees on the land side of the levee will aid in screening light disturbances for the residences, along with the implementation of shielding as required by the mitigation measures. Again, the significant and unavoidable impacts are short-term and associated with construction. There are no long-term impacts anticipated. Next slide, please. The draft supplemental EA/EIR for this project was published on April 15th, 2022, with a release of a notice of availability and publication in the SAC-B newspaper on the same day. It was circulated for at least 45 days until May 29th, 2022, as per CEQA requirement. A virtual public meeting was hosted by the Army Corps on April 26th, where the public was given the opportunity to comment and ask questions. The comments received generally were about recreation, fisheries, boat docks, encroachment, and unhoused populations on the levees. There were 10 total comments received from public citizens and agencies. All of the comments will be considered and addressed in the final supplemental EA/EIR. Next slide, please. Currently, we are working on these documents to fulfill CEQA requirements: a statement of findings, which describes the significant and unavoidable impacts that the project will have on environmental resources; a statement of overriding considerations, which describes why the benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts that the project will have on the environmental resources; and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which summarizes all the mitigation measures that are associated with the project, who is responsible for implementing the measures, and how the measures being implemented will be tracked. Next slide, please. In preparation of future board action, we are working to prepare the final documents in order to ask the board to consider approval of a resolution to certify the final supplemental EA/EIR, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, adopt the MMRP, approve the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 2, and delegate authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time. Alessia and I will now take your questions.
Do you have an anticipated month that this would return to the board for these actions?
Yes, for the resolution, next one.
Oh, next month.
Oh, sorry, no.
Okay.
I believe, based on the current schedule, that we are going to be returning in October.
October? Just need to know how long to save all this. Thank you for the presentation, the three of you. We like to do these, and it's very informative and helpful for when it comes back. Board members have any questions for clarification or input? Anyone in the audience? If you keep standing, I'm going to call on you.
No chat, no hands up.
No chat, no hands up. All right. We'll look forward to this final. This is a project that's had many steps to it, so I'm sure we'll see our pocket fan club at the next one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. What did I say? All right, that concludes our business matters that we either did act upon or did for information. We are, at this time, item 11 is to indicate that we have received reports from our board administration and from the branches of operations, flood system and improvement, environmental services and land branch, flood planning and programs. We receive these with each monthly business meeting. We do read them. We do appreciate that you put them together. I want to remind you branch folks that at some point, I'm going to have you come up and give your presentation of all that you do. So just spring it on you. We hear from everyone else. I want to hear from our staff. Board comments and committee updates? Nope. Do I have any? No, I don't think I have any. I'll tell you what I've been doing. Okay, upcoming meetings and topics. The Floodplain Management Association Annual Conference is Tuesday, September 6th to Friday, September 9th. And that will not, because of that, most of our staff, some of us are going, lots and lots of people concerned with flood. So there's not going to be a board workshop on September 9th. There isn't any way to fit it in. Coordinating committee, the next one will be September 21st. Yes, that would be correct. The next board meeting is September 23rd. It will continue, as we have found, folks that are able to participate rather than driving 50, 100 miles really is helpful. And we'll either meet in this room or we'll meet in a room where everything works. I just say that. I'm not sure if some of you were here at 9 in the morning when we didn't start until 9:17 because the online system didn't work, but people keep saying it's going to. So that concludes our board meeting, the public part of the board meeting. So at this point, the board is going to have a very brief closed session. I would anticipate it being 10 minutes unless you all want to talk more than I do. So that's the warning. So I need you all to leave out of hearing. Don't go too far, the two of you in the back row. And then we'll come back and announce. There will be no announcements of action. We just need to have a board discussion regarding the executive officer appointment and recruitment. If we all move into a circle.